Not your vape. Oh, wait. I gotta. Me when I. Okay. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. My name is Archie the Second. Welcome back to UMINEKO, episode 3. Hello. Wait, I gotta go lower. Hello, everybody.
We're switching to YouTuber intros now, huh?
Yep. The dubstep works.
Dude, we should be like one of those family vlog channels.
Yeah. I'm so sorry that your brother passed away. We give him 5 big booms.
5
Boom!
Let's go to Costco, guys.
Let's go to Costco.
Dude, what happened last time? I don't remember.
So,
Yeah, I know they went back in the house. Who else?
So.
More dead people, right? More dead people.
More dead people.
Because the bunnies were like, "Hey, what's up, Doc?" And then they killed some people.
Oh yeah, Beatrice. Oh, you got. Oh, the big thing happened. Remember, Beatrice. Did a heel turn and brought Shannon back from the dead. Only for like a couple seconds, and then they both died.
Yeah, so like George could have his peace, and then
Yeah.
they were like saying goodbye, and then Avatrice was like, "Lamau, no."
Yeah.
And then shot them with the Bugs Bunny arrow.
Doc.
I
Yeah.
don't like those.
I don't like those.
Can we get those guys out of the game? They're annoying.
Yeah, can we remove?
Thoughts?
I don't. I could do some coding real quick.
You're tapping on your desk.
Nope. That
You
was
could have
a
at
key-
least tapped on the
I
on the
can't
keyboard,
tap on the
you know?
keyboard. I have too many things attached to it.
Well, that sounds like a personal issue.
How did you know that wasn't my keyboard? My keyboard could have sounded like desk. You would know.
I don't think there's a single keyboard that sounds like desk at all.
Well, you
Dude,
haven't
this
heard my
sucks.
keyboard.
This
What?
bit sucks. Can we read the game?
Fuck you! Okay, fine. My
Dude,
bad.
wow. Look, I was a part of the bit too. I contributed to the suckage.
You know
I
what?
think I did a line.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why can't I don't understand why you're so offended. I'm saying we all suck together.
Aww. Like a circle jerk? But a suck.
No, there's no sucking in a circle jerk. These
No,
are very
no,
basic
but like I was going
concepts
to say a circle jerk, but with sucking.
Well,
A suck-
would
but
just
that's
be
just
a-
called, that has a name.
What?
There's a
Oh,
name for that already.
I don't know that name. What is the name?
I don't know if we can say that.
What? So
I don't
you
know- I
so
don't know
you
if we're-
could
are we
say
supposed to
so you
be-
could say circle jerk on Twitch, but not the other name?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how the mods work, bro.
What?
Dude, I don't trust Twitch mods with anything. If I mention anything other than like a passing innuendo,
You can read erotica on Twitch.
you can.
Just like you can read
Yeah.
erotica on YouTube. You can.
Oh, it's called a blow
Yeah.
bang in that case.
Oh.
Yeah.
That is a good name. I was deciding if I liked it or not.
Somebody hasn't taken a trip to xvideos.com.
I have.
You got to do your homework, bro.
That's true. All right, let's
Fake Booner.
let's get it.
This sucks. Okay, so what are they screaming about right now exactly?
They're talking about George.
This is like, yeah, but who saw him? Who saw him die? Is that what happened? Somebody saw him die?
No, nobody saw him die. They're just wondering where he went.
Yeah, no,
He left.
he just turned up missing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you say, what hour was that again?
I think it was probably around. What?
He's dead. He's so dead right now.
Oh. Okay.
He's so freaking
He's
dead.
so freaking dead. I think it was probably around 4 or 5. At the very least, it was more than an hour ago.
He got sleepy and probably dozed off after that. But I think it's probably like Jessica says. I'm probably pretty sure that it was probably 1 or 2 hours ago. I think probably.
Around 10. I also remember something from that time.
I'm so happy that he's alive, bro.
Oh! Kinzo, shut up.
Beatrice. I'm really glad that Dr. Nanjo is alive because he is certified, like, just hanging out.
He's
Yeah,
just
I
there.
love how just detached he is.
It's not his family, bro.
Nah, dude, he's chilling.
Like, well, my boss is dead, and these are some fucking kids.
I was asked if I wanted more coffee.
Whoever's the family head by the time this is over has to forward my paycheck.
That's so real.
Something hard
No,
to believe.
no, that's battle. Do not see Ava and Tails.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Jeez.
Oh my god. Sorry, I'm asleep. Something hard to believe had happened. Apparently, when Aunt Ava had left for a second to wash her hands, Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuki had disappeared.
Oh no.
Oh no.
There's no way they went hiding somewhere. Of course, the doors and windows had all been rigorously checked, and we were what? Skibbity dop dop dop. Yes, yes. and all were locked from the inside. What? Like all the people?
Yeah.
Chat, I can't read. Not one of them was broken. And that wasn't just true for the first floor, the second floor was the same. Again, all the doors and windows had locks built in a way that made it impossible to lock them from the outside. In other words, there was no way that Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuki had gone outside. And yet, they couldn't be found. Furthermore, they weren't the only ones who had disappeared, so had George Aniki of all people.
I just realized now looking back on it, George straight up just Peter Pan. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't even think about it.
Neverland. George Aniki had left saying he was going to get more coffee and had gone downstairs more than an hour earlier. We'd assumed that he was having a conversation with Aunt Ava and the rest, but Aunt Ava, who had been in the lobby the whole time, said that no one had come down. Since all the doors and windows were locked from the inside, it was unthinkable that they had gone outside. However, 3 humans had evaporated from this barricaded guest house, which had become a perfect closed room.
Oh my god.
Alright, we're doing this again. More
Yeah,
closed rooms.
baby.
Dude, I really hope in parts 5 through 8, it's just the closed rooms never stop. Man, there better be multiple closed rooms in every game. I want the secret to be that the entire game was actually taking place inside a closed room.
Oh, that's
Maybe
so
even
fire.
There is a character named closed room.
Who is a door. And his power is to open the closed
Oh
rooms,
my
letting battlers solve the
fuck.
mystery. And then at the end, he's like, this sure was an UMINEKO. Thanks, closed door. I couldn't have done it without you.
Dude, that's fire.
It ends with Battler looking out at a flock of seagulls, and he cries a single tear.
When they cry. When they
That's-
cry.
Exactly.
Then
So
it plays
this is
Walk
when the
Like an
UMINEKOs
Egyptian. from
cry.
Japanese.
An Egyptian.
Okay, sorry.
No, that was a good bit. Good bit, guys. Good job. A bit that I wasn't a part of. Let's go.
Is that true? Is that true? You were part of the bit. Is that true?
Yeah.
In a situation like this, we couldn't imagine that this was because they were playing hide and seek and trying to scare us with a prank.
No, they were doing that totally.
It was probably reasonable to assume that they'd been caught up in the crime. When Aunt Ava had learned that her only son was missing, she had gone half insane, running from room to room yelling his name. And Jessica, who had suddenly lost both of her parents, had chased after her. Cries of George, George, and Mom, Dad had continued to echo through the guest house for some time. I think George said something about wanting to see Shannon's dead face. It would be reasonable to assume that he snuck out of the guest house and went to the mansion. But I didn't have a clue about Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuki. Did they see him leave and then go to the mansion to search for him? Without telling Aunt Ava? At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we start planning to leave the guest house to go search for him. When that time comes, I'll agree. We thought staying holed up in the guest house would be safe, which was why our big, happy group of 12 people locked themselves up here this morning. And yet, now there's only 4 of us left. That means staying here is no guarantee of safety, even though all of the people who died are only people who left. However, there's one thing we can't afford to forget. All the doors and windows are locked from the inside.
That's not true. Natsuki and Kraus didn't leave. They got fucked by the... they got, like, attacked through the fucking door. The keyhole.
Yeah, it went through the keyhole.
Yeah.
Did it move their bodies, did they say? I can't remember.
I don't know. They dragged their bodies somewhere, I think.
I mean, yeah, but like from their perspective, they don't know that. They believe that they left. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Did you say it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't listen to me. This is a closed room, TM. How did they manage to vanish from this place? Closed room, trademark. We searched around thoroughly. However, we couldn't find any traces of someone hiding. The three of them had almost certainly been taken outside the guest house.
I wonder how it was done. You don't think there might be something like a hidden door?
Sorry, your idea
What
is
the
just
fuck?
fucking
Why are you...
boring.
So, they could be dead.
A hidden
Bad-
door? Who would think of some shit like that? Come on.
The doors and the windows were built in a way that makes them impossible to lock from the outside. Even using a fish line would probably be impossible with the way they're constructed. So, it may be reasonable to assume that they left via something other than a door or a window.
You're right. That does make logical sense. No one can be sure that no hidden doors exist. However, by leaping to that conclusion, I suspect a much simpler possibility.
And what would that be?
Oh, now it's there.
Yay!
For some time, Badler had been opening windows, opening shutters, and checking outside. Repeating this for each window.
The window's pretty quiet. I see. Unlike the other windows, because of how the building's shaped, the wind doesn't blow into this one.
It appears that way. It feels strange that no wind or rain comes in, even though there is so much of it outside.
Dr. Nanjo, when I opened the window just now, did you hear a sound?
Huh? No, I did not notice it. I believe it is well oiled, like me on Friday night.
In other words, it's possible to slink through a window in the hallway when no one's looking. Furthermore, the wind doesn't blow up through this window, so the air pressure couldn't cause the curtains or door to make a sound. It'd be quiet.
I just realized all
Too
my characters
quiet.
are dead. I just realized I'm dead right now, bro.
No, dude, narrator.
Yeah,
You're
narrator.
Badler leaned forward and looked at the ground below as I canceled my flight plans. He was searching for some sign that George had jumped down. But at a glance, he didn't see any mark like that on the grass in the middle of the pouring rain.
There might also be a window like this on the first floor. It'd be possible to go outside without anyone noticing.
However, not only the doors, but the windows too are unlocked, and the shutters are even down as well, correct? It may be possible to go out through them, but you couldn't lock them afterwards.
Sure, you can lock them, just like this.
I really...
Badler closed the window and locked it, as though this was perfectly obvious.
Just like this. Click. Badger-son, you aren't saying...
If someone inside locked it afterwards, this closed room is as easy as pie. Oh my god.
But that means...
Starts pogging.
Nanjo turned pale and shook his head several times. Because the thing that Badler had said forced him to face a fact that he was frightened to even imagine.
That's only if the trick I'm thinking of actually happened, okay? However, with this trick, only a very limited number of people can be suspected.
He didn't want to say it in front of Nanjo, but after eliminating Jessica, who had been with him the whole time, only Nanjo and Ava could have done it.
I did not do anything of the sort. Yes, I swear it.
Battler just starts shanking him.
In this case, it becomes a battle between Aunt Ava and Dr. Nanjo for an alibi. We just have to suspect both of you, and confine the two of you separately. To say it the other way around, the more survivors there are, the more effective this trick might be. But since our numbers have shrunk so much, it isn't effective at all. No, on the contrary, there'd be a chance of having your own neck strangled by using it. It would have been more advantageous to make it look like the culprit was outside, to intentionally leave a door unlocked or break a window. If this disappearance drama had taken place midday today, I'd be able to claim this theory with full confidence. However, at this stage, I'm not confident at all. What's going on here? What in the world does it mean? This closed room.
You don't think,
What is it, Dr. Nanjo? Even if it's just a thought, please say it. Nanjo looked like he was trying to swallow his words, even though he thought of something, so I urged him on.
Oh,
Me, the person speaking.
I'm trying my best, okay?
He wants to
Dude,
read
I'm
so
trolling. I'm
bad.
just trolling.
The narrator is just in the corner.
It's not fair, bro. After Dr. Nanjo refused several times, saying that it was just a foolish idea, he finally said it out loud.
well, don't you think this might actually be the work of the witch?
Ridiculous! There's no way witches exist.
The witch is trying to make her case to make her case to us. Specifically because she's doing things that humans cannot do. She must be trying to make us accept her as a witch. To me, this disappearance from the closed room of the entire guest house feels like that kind of message from the witch. It's something I must not think of. Surely it cannot mean anything. Ooh, I'm frightened.
He's so frightened, bro. He's shaking in his little booties.
Oh.
Little turd comes out. Like, oh, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna take it. As Dr. Nanjo shook with fear, it looked like he was trying to erase the fearsome thoughts that kept him imagining one after the other. Pay me.
I'm sorry, that was really funny. Okay.
When we went down the stairs, Aunt Ava and Jessica were enraged, and were each persistent in their desire to leave this place and search for their respective families.
Goddamn women.
It was a desire that naturally hits those who can no longer see their family, especially if they have a vagina. Aunt Ava told Dr. Nanjo and me to stay here, but I shook my head and started walking. I've been shut up inside for a long time already. I started wanting to breathe some outside air.
Yeah, we're going. Let's go quickly. There's no way I'm gonna keep myself shut up in a place like this anymore. Let's go and find Mom, Dad, and George and son right now.
The blood had all risen to Jessica's head. I hope it doesn't set off her asthma.
If anyone wants to stay, go ahead and stay. We'll be searching outside.
What about you, Dr. Nanjo? Will you watch the place by yourself?
No, allow me to join you.
Rather than holding up alone in a guest house whose security was by no means guaranteed, it would be better to enter a danger zone as a group of 4 people. Aunt Ava had a gun. Moving separately from her was almost like asking to be made into the next victim.
Oh boy.
In this way, the 4 of us decided to leave the guest house. Even though it should have been safe to barricade ourselves here, we lost 8 people after doing so. It was almost as though this was a holding cell from which the sacrifices could be killed one after another. We removed the chain, unlocked the front door, and opened it. It was already pitch black. While there were some lights outside that dimly lit the pathway, they didn't have enough power to pierce the darkness that some suspicious person might be hiding in.
I'm going. If you fall behind, you're on your own, okay?
Oh my god, that's savage.
Oh god.
Still holding her gun, Aunt Ava dashed out without an umbrella. Jessica followed after her. After glancing at each other, Dr. Nanjo and I chased after them. Battler, trips him, so he gets caught by the killer.
No!
Pulls a Walking Dead,
No!
yeah.
What in the world is happening in this mansion? On this island? I've just been shut up in the guest house with the rest of the cousins since yesterday. So I don't know anything about what's going on. Just what is happening that I don't know about? Outside this room, in the mansion, on this island. Everything is happening. Everything is proceeding. And everything is ending without my knowing it. Somewhere in my heart, I've already started giving up. Most likely, not one of us will see tomorrow morning. When the seagulls cry, nobody will be left alive.
Yeah, that's what it says at the end of the game when they all
said
die.
The thing.
The thing that he says when the thing with the people dying happens.
Then Battler looked at the camera.
Fucking Office style. Oh god.
Made the gym face.
No, they're dead now. We found them dead.
Dad, Mom, who would do something like this?
Hey, get away from the gazebo. That's the marriage gazebo.
That's the marriage gazebo.
Dr. Nanjo pulls out the steak. He's like, I would! The big twist.
Jessica's woeful voice echoed throughout the rose garden. How things are echoing in the rain is beyond me, but perhaps it was the intuition of a person who lived on this island. Oh wait, no, this is
No.
Oh,
You got one line. Let's go.
Let's go, let's
fucking go.
After checking the part of the rose garden where Aunt Rosa and Maria had fallen and seeing nothing, Jessica went to look in the arbor next. Normally, the arbor was probably a wonderful location to enjoy tea peacefully while appreciating the roses on a good summer day. Maybe even Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi had days when they relaxed and enjoyed their tea together here.
I don't think Kraus knows what relaxing is.
Maybe.
Real.
In that arbor lay the corpses. At least they aren't drenched in the rain like Aunt Rosa and Maria had been. There was no way I could say that out loud to Jessica at the moment. What do you think, Dr. Nanjo?
And they're fucking dead. Me. Strangulation, I believe. Come, take a look at this. On their necks, there are distinct markings that something thin was used to strangle them.
Right. I doubt those things were the primary cause for their deaths. Right there lay two stake-like weapons decorated with an occult design, which had been found driven into Uncle Kraus's thigh area, and near Aunt Natsuhi's calf. When we found these sticking out of my parents' forehead and chest, we decided to preserve the crime scene and leave them for the police. But Jessica didn't care about such matters and immediately pulled the stakes out of her parents' forsaken bodies.
By now, bodies gouged in the head, chest, stomach, knee, and leg have been found. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I'll kill that murderer! Kill him! With this, the 8th twilight has been completed. Is this going to continue into the 9th twilight? The witch shall be revived, and none shall be left alive.
Oh, that's a little bit awkward.
Bring it on! If the witch revives, that means the culprit is gonna make his grand appearance, right? No one's gonna be left alive. Bullshit. I'll kill him. I'll definitely kill the culprit who killed Mom and Dad with my own hands!
Jessica let her emotions flow out as she howled furiously. To avoid being crushed by grief, she could do nothing but resist it with anger.
We still haven't found George. Jessica, you children had better stay here. I'll go into the mansion.
Dude, she's gonna lose against the killer, bro. She's only mid-tier in the fighting game.
Everson, we mustn't split up. It's dangerous if we do not all stick together.
There's nothing we can do for Nissan or his wife. But George may be still alive somewhere. I have no time to waste here.
There's no way you believe that. As Aunt screamed this, Jessica glared at her. Ava had no more time to bother about the dead. She was more concerned for the safety of her only son who had yet to be seen.
Jessica-chan, you should stay by your father and mother's side. I'll make a short trip to the mansion. Battle-kun and Dr. Nanjo, you two can stay here as well. That's not suspicious at all.
She's gonna die.
Yeah.
After arbitrarily saying this, Aunt Ava rushed out of the arbor.
By doing this, I made myself super suspicious.
Immediately.
I called out to stop her, but there was no way she would listen. However, being alone in this situation meant nothing short of death.
Hi, Jamie. Welcome.
Jamie! Jamie, hello! Welcome to the stream today. We're reading
Oh.
UMINEKO. Make sure to subscribe.
Hey, yo, go
If
for
I
it.
all
don't
of
sing,
your bits.
if I don't see song rain sound effects in the next 5 seconds, I'm gonna be really mad.
Oh,
You're gonna be banned? You're gonna be banned?
Yeah, banned. No, fucking. No time to look it up.
Subtitle music, I guess.
No, you know what this one is. Come on, do it. Do it.
Just rain sounds.
It's like just tap it on the fucking tank. Do it. Do
Yeah.
it.
Do it. Say the line, Bart.
If we silently watched her leave, it would be the same as letting her die.
Yeah, there you go.
Since Aunt Ava was unwilling to stop, we had no choice but to follow her. And while it may be cruel to say so, Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi were already dead, so there was nothing more we could ever do for them. In the end, we had no choice but to console Jessica and head for the mansion together. Thank God they're not fucking letting somebody go alone, bro. Fortunately, Jessica stood up. Perhaps she had been able to break free from her grief. But what had surfaced in its place was an expression like a demon's. Oh,
Kill
frick.
that person with my own hands. I'll definitely avenge them. Let's go, Battler. If we find the culprit, don't get in my way.
I don't know,
I'm
you
I'm
kinda-
definitely gonna kill them.
You kind
Call-
of sound like the murderer right
Sure.
now. You're not the murderer, Jessica. You kind of sound like the murderer right now.
Not just like, she kind of sounds like the murderer right now.
All excited about killing people and stuff. I don't know.
Killed her whole family because they wouldn't let her be in a band.
Yeah, dude. Can't follow her dreams. I've got my own parents to avenge. Sorry, but this is first come, first serve.
Fire. Yeah, that's right. Let's kill them! Together.
Jesus.
And my words, Jessica finally seemed to feel like we sympathized with her emotions. She still had that dark expression, but I felt that Jessica had regained some of her sanity. We took off, chasing after Aunt Ava. Through the rose garden, up the stone steps, running at full speed towards the mansion, whose large, intimidating shadow flashed in the lightning.
I'll be safe while driving. Happy lurk.
Drive safe, don't do drugs on the road unless they're really good. Actually, if you do the drugs on the road, you can't get pulled over for having them in the car, so maybe do the drugs first and then start driving.
But
Just don't get pulled over.
Yeah, make sure you just go the speed limit, even though the numbers
Yeah,
keep changing.
make sure you're really on your game so, the cop doesn't pull you over. A couple
Yeah.
beers could help with that.
Yeah, you gotta balance out the stimulants with some depressants.
Yeah.
If you mix it right, you'll be good.
Wow.
Injecting UMINEKO directly into my veins gives me more of a high than drugs ever could. With this, the murders of the epitaph have reached the 8th twilight. And then on the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive. None shall be left alive. I'll most likely lose my life. But at the very least, I want to burn the truth into my eyes. That's the only thing motivating me to move right now. We were able to meet up with Aunt Ava, who was having trouble with the lock to the front door. It seemed that all the blood had risen to Aunt Ava's head. That was probably making her fingers clumsy. It looked like she couldn't even handle the simple task of inserting the key into the lock. Then there was a faint sound. The sound of the door unlocking. Just as though it had waited for all the survivors to unite before opening. It felt to me as though the malicious mansion was trying to swallow up all the remaining humans at once.
Or like Monster House.
Or like Encanto. she opens the door and it's Lin-Manuel Miranda. Colombia!
Me encantó. Me encantó.
Now I'm imagining Kinzo voiced by Steve Buscemi.
Oh, yeah. Perhaps the stench that erupted outwards the instant the door opened couldn't be described as just a smell. It wasn't just the charred smell from Grandfather. I think it also may have contained the regrets of the servants in Dad's group. All of the dead. What did it mean as it floated out, overwhelming us? Was it the cry of the dead telling us not to enter? However, Aunt Ava didn't even flinch at something like that, and we, who had to chase after her, were forced to step into the mansion, even after receiving that message.
George? George! If you can hear me, answer!
Gorg
George!
is not there, bro. Aunt Ava shouted at the top of her lungs. Considering the situation, it's probably far too optimistic to imagine that he's alive. When we started to follow, when we rebooting, rebooted. When we started following Aunt Ava's example and calling out George's name in loud voices, Aunt Ava spotted something and stopped walking. She was standing in front of the door to the parlor.
What is this? Dr. Nanjo, could you come here for a second?
He's the bait.
What is it?
Opens the door, like, throws him inside. I'd heard about the eerie magic circles written on doors, like the one from the parlor from the adults. Eerie is the only word to describe that thing, which was scribbled with a deep red paint reminiscent of blood, so that it slowly dripped down. We're really gonna describe this thing for the 4th time,
Yep.
huh?
It's pain. Duh.
However, that had supposedly been there this morning. Wondering why Aunt Ava, who had supposedly seen it already, would think it odd now. Jessica and I stared at the door.
I'm so glad Maria's dead right
Fuck!
Certainly, I have no memory of numbers such as these being written here.
Right, they weren't. Eerie magical characters were written here, but not numbers.
From what the two of them said, only the magic circle had been there this morning. However, right now there were 8 digits written near the upper part of the magic circle.
Write that down, write that down, write that down! I don't know.
Write that down.
07151129. I didn't know what it meant, but I didn't even want to imagine what someone had been thinking when they wrote it. It was drawn with the same paint as the magic circle, but it had clearly been written very recently. The way it had dried and the condition of the color was completely different from the magic circle part.
I'm sure it just has some magical meaning. No point wasting time thinking about it.
Jessica intentionally spat those words out in an attempt to push aside the eerie feel it gave off.
It could be a magic square. The idea that a ward against magic can reside in a certain sort of number play. I believe everyone has heard of the one where adding all of the numbers in each row leads to the same sum.
Wasn't that a group of numbers buried in a rectangle? This is just a single row.
Dude, what
I don't
are
have a
they
clue what
talking
that.
about?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't have a clue what it could mean.
There's gotta be some math shit that I never learned.
What Jessica-chan said is probably correct. There isn't any point in us wasting time thinking about it.
No, dude, they're not believers.
It's called
over.
matrices, but I won't explain.
Oh,
Matrices. Is it calculus? Is it algebra,
No.
miss?
It's sort of useless algebra.
Oh, algebra, miss.
Yeah.
Even though she said that, she probably suspected that it actually meant something. Aunt Ava was definitely writing that number down on an old receipt or something with a short ballpoint pen. Unless it had some obvious pattern, it'd probably be enough, or it'd probably be tough to memorize a code made up of an 8-digit number. No, bro, just repeat it in your brain endlessly. Could this be a date or something?
A date? What are you talking about?
Well, it's probably a coincidence, but my birthday is July 15th. Once I thought that 0715 might refer to July 15th, I figured that if 1129 stood for November 22nd, 29th, I can read. Maybe that fit perfectly. 42p Sherman Wallaby Way, Sydney.
Is that a Finding Nemo reference?
I'm pretty sure,
That's
yeah.
fire.
Yes.
Why would your birthday be written in a place like this? And what's up with November 29th?
That's what I want to know. Still, it's probably just a coincidence. When I thought about it, it started to feel a little creepy. What if someone's birthday was November 29th? It's not the birthday of anyone else in my family. Not Dad or Kyrie-san or Angie. And of course it isn't my mom's either. I'm sorry, did you just have to quietly correct me under your breath? Alright, I'm calling her Angie forever now.
Nothing comes to mind. I don't believe it's Kinjo-san's or Genji-san's birthday.
It isn't from my family either. And it isn't Rosa's or Maria-chan's. It can't be anyone in my family. And it isn't Ken-kun's or Shannon's. I always give the servants presents on their birthdays, so I know it for all of them. But I don't know anyone who was born on November 29th.
Once we started imagining that the 8 digits weren't meaningless, but actually 2 dates written together, it really started to look that way. However, its true meaning may be something completely different, or there may be no meaning at all. Anyway, since we don't have any real clues, it's probably pointless to stand around here worrying about it. The inside of the parlor is much more important. This morning, behind each of the doors with a magic circle drawn on them, had been the body of a victim. So, if something new has been added to this door, does that mean something new has been added inside the parlor? When Aunt Ava tried to open it, she felt the resistance of the lock. She immediately took out a master key and put it in the keyhole.
I can't wait to introduce this family to the concept of kicking open fucking doors.
As soon as she opened the door, Aunt Ava let out a high-pitched scream and ran inside. That alone was enough to tell us what had happened inside the room. Dr. Nanjo and I looked at each other, and I shook my head slightly as we entered the parlor.
George! George! Hang in there, George! Dr. Nanjo, quickly!
Your son is dead, haha. George Aniki lay there crumpled alongside Shannon Chan's corpse. His chest was stained bright red. And judging by his still opened eyes, I'd hate to say it to Aunt Ava, but I couldn't pick up any signs of life. After moving to take George's pulse, Dr. Nanjo shook his head, wordlessly repeating that George was dead. Brushing him aside, Aunt Ava once again crouched beside George Aniki and started crying at the top of her lungs. With Aniki's death, one thing is certain. The murders hadn't ended on the 8th twilight. The epitaph was being carried out in its complete form, including the 9th twilight. None shall be left alive. I was really starting to lose track of things. For some reason, Aunt Ava's half-crazed cries actually made me cool down.
Guys,
Battlers soothed by women crying. Crestfallen and exhausted, I flopped onto the sofa and plunked my feet on top of the table. Maybe all these murders numbed my heart. The numbers murdered my heart, Mason.
murdered my heart.
Instead of just being frightened, I felt completely confused. Dad and Kyrie-san are dead, and people have been killed off one by one, starting with the servants. There's been a hell of a lot of them by now. I don't know when the first murder happened, but they might have been killed at a rate of about 1 person per hour by now. We believe that the boat will come for us around 9 tomorrow. There's still a full 12 hours till then. How many more sacrifices to the witch will there have to be for us to survive? With the 4 of us, if one goes each hour, we won't last any longer than 4 hours. We don't even know if we'll last until midnight tonight. Yesterday after lunch, we came to this parlor. Just as they started talking about serving some tea Aunt Rosa had bought, we kids decided to take a walk. Maria was jumping around, wasn't she? Did Shannon-chan bring us some cookies? She said Kumasawa-san had baked them or something.
Hi, Ghost. Welcome.
What up, what up?
What up?
It would have been hilarious if she'd baked some mackerel into them, wouldn't it?
Oh.
That's right. I'll never hear Kumasawa Ba-chan's mackerel jokes again, will I?
Oh.
Alright. If only I remember stuff about Kumasawa Ba-chan, that wouldn't be fair to everyone else. Why did Dad and Kyrie-san even go outside? It's not like going without food for a day would kill us. So, why did Gluttony get a hold of them and make them go out for food? I'll bet that fearless dad of mine just started complaining about being hungry. Kyrie-san, you were supposed to be the brakes for my reckless dad. Why didn't you stop him? And what about your daughter, Angie?
I hate you.
She's still just 6 years old. Don't tell me you plan to leave her in my care. After all, it's doubtful now whether even I'll be able to leave this island alive.
Stop! Why are you fighting at a time like this?
Dude, I knew Najo was gonna come
Jessica,
through.
son, stop! Oh my god, women.
Yo! I think her and Ava are fucking duking it out, fisticuffs. What the fuck?
Dude, Ava's gonna beat her ass.
It's been kind of noisy for a while. By the time I looked up to see what it was, Jessica and Aunt Ava had suddenly started fighting each other. No, maybe I should say that Jessica was grabbing at Aunt Ava.
Aunt Ava killed Dad and the rest! There's no other explanation!
Who would distrust Dr. Nanja? She's right!
Why should I know anything about what happened to your parents? Who was on the first floor of the guest house? Aunt Ava! Dad and Mom were in the first floor lobby along with her! And who was left alive? Only Aunt Ava! Why? It's obviously because you're the culprit! You killed Mom and Dad, carried them outside, and then shamelessly locked the door, trying to make it seem like it was the witch's doing! Then why do you think George disappeared? He never came down to the first floor. So, did he disappear from the second floor? And who was on the second floor? You people were, right? You knew, didn't you? You knew that George slipped out of the guest house, and you brazenly acted as if you didn't know anything. If you'd stopped George, he'd be... I said stop! Jessica Shaw was in the cousin's room the whole time. Being serious, shut up!
You tell her, Dr. Nanja! You tell her! Tell that bitch what's up!
And Ava Shaw was in the first floor lobby the whole time. Neither of you was responsible for anything. What we have here is simply the sadness of losing family members. The culprit is no one, nowhere. It is
Certainly
all
not me.
just the witch's fault. So stop hating each other, you two.
Like hiding a stake behind his back. Like, there's
Nah,
no culprit. None of us did
It
it.
couldn't have been me.
The witch's fault, huh? I wonder if that's a good way to cool down the situation right now. Yeah, I finally understand why 3 people evaporated from the guest house when all the doors and windows were locked from the inside. This is what they were after, making us think the culprit was inside and sparking this ugly mutual hatred. Has to be the culprit's, the witch's goal. But if that's the case, how did the culprit lock it from the outside? When Dad's group was attacked, their master key was definitely stolen. But the doors and windows to the guest house were built so that you couldn't lock them from the outside, no matter how hard you tried. So that master key should have had nothing to do with the guest house closed room. Jessica and Aunt Ava were turning their sadness at losing their blood relatives into anger at the person in front of them. Dr. Nanja was trying to step between them. And I sat in the sofa, staring up at the ceiling, thinking about things that didn't even matter anymore with a worn-out expression. I just couldn't believe that this was the same parlor that had been so warm and pleasant midday yesterday, for just a short time before the typhoon hit.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god!
Did Ava just fucking shoot Jessica?
Oh no! Oh, I knew we'd get here. I knew I knew it. Because I was like, we have gone two episodes and nobody in the family has been shot with that gun. I knew it was coming, bro.
Yeah, but check out. See, and I caught me off guard too because Ghost was at the backside of a Yu-Gi-Oh card, and my brain was on. I feel like Battler and Yugi would be friends, and then bang,
Bang!
That's fire.
The sudden sound of a gunshot took me out of my half-asleep trance.
They all had guns.
Yeah,
Ghost.
true. All the adults had one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they all came from Kinzo, the grandfather's study.
Yeah, the grandfather is a Westaboo, so he had a bunch of lever-action rifles.
Smoke was rising out of the barrel of the gun Aunt Ava held. Jessica had fallen to the floor and was covering both her eyes.
Ava Triss is like, damn, I didn't even do that one.
That's vicious, yeah.
This shit, holy shit.
Wow,
Aunt
she
Ava
really
and
is
Dr.
me.
Nanja.
For real, for real.
Me for real,
Me for real.
Aunt Ava and Dr. Nanja were looking down at her in shock.
Are you okay, Jessica-san? Jessica-san! It
my God.
It hurts!
Yo, she actually shot her!
What the fuck?
It wasn't my fault!
Wasn't my fault?
Huh?
Dude,
This
hold
happened
up,
because
hold
you
up.
came at me even after I told you to stop!
Hold up, let her cook. Might be worse than Rosa. Let her cook. Hey, wait a sec. What's going on? So did Jessica grab at Aunt Ava, which turned into a scuffle? Did they start fighting over Aunt Ava's gun? Did some kind of impact cause the trigger to be pulled? I didn't know if the bullet had grazed her or if she'd been burned by the discharge, but either way, Jessica was covering both of her eyes, screaming, it hurts, and rolling around on the floor.
Don't worry, calm down. It is not a serious wound, so get a hold of yourself.
Walk it off, champ.
My eyes hurt. It hurts. I can't see. I can't see.
Dr. Nanja let Jessica borrow his shoulder, saying that he would tend to her in the servant room. The servant room in this mansion had a bed and a first aid kit and was able to function as an infirmary.
Damn it! You killed Mom and Dad! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
It wasn't me! It wasn't me!
Oh my god.
Jessica-san, you aggravate the wound, so don't move about. Come, let us go to the servant room.
I'm so confused. Where did she get hit?
The eye. Probably.
Like, she literally shot her in the face?
Yeah.
Like, she just get grazed, I guess, but damn.
Yeah, I think so. I'm assuming, like, she missed, but, like, shrapnel got in her eyes, maybe.
Something like that.
Jessica continued to curse Aunt Ava as her parents' murderer. It seemed that Aunt Ava couldn't conceal her trembling at the fact that she had pulled the trigger, even if it had been an accident.
It wasn't my fault. It happened because that kid jumped at me. I didn't kill anyone. More importantly, who killed George? That's right, who killed George?
Oh my
Doubling
fucking
down.
God.
It's my fault. It
Oh
isn't my
my
fault. It isn't my fault.
The double down. Wait a sec, Aunt Ava, don't go off on your
Oh
own!
my god.
I didn't know if it was because Aunt Ava couldn't bear her mistake, or if she'd given up control of her body to anger at the person who had killed her only son, or if it was both of those mixed together. At any rate, she ran out into the corridor yelling, fearful and screaming. I was also worried about Jessica's condition, but right then I couldn't leave Aunt Ava alone. Why would she go off on her own in this mansion of all places? Is she suicidal?
Oh god.
Dr. Nanja took Jessica towards the servant room. I chased after Aunt Ava, dashing into the depths of the mansion.
I love the polka when shit goes down. Me too.
Should be 11 polka.
Yeah, let's go. Got a new
Jessica
UMINEKO
gets
fan.
shot, Battler's like,
I enjoy this. It's like Phoenix Wright plus Clue, but someone has the instructions for Jumanji lying around.
That's actually really accurate.
yeah, that's
I understand what you're saying. It's true. It's like murder mystery, whodunit, featuring magic nonsense.
Yeah, featuring
Also,
Dragon
hey,
Ball
look,
Z.
here's a Ouija board. Yeah.
Oh, see, it's narrator time, Shane.
Yay!
After sitting. I had a brain fart, right?
After sitting.
Yeah. Even when I'm sitting.
Also, it's fucked that the servant room is the only place without a chandelier. They just have halogen lights. I just know.
Yeah, but they got a fucking TV in there. Look, they got a TV. It's fire.
After sitting Jessica on the servant room bed, Nanjo told her several times not to touch her eyes and examined the affected area. The barrel had probably been near her eyes. There was a possibility that the flames from the discharge had injured her cornea.
Still, ow.
There was no threat to her life, but it would probably be necessary to take her to a doctor as soon as you are a doctor. Nanjo
Not
applied
that
an
kind of
emergency.
doctor. Isn't he like a
Nanjo
TV
applied
doctor?
emergency first aid, covering the affected area with gauze and wrapping it with a bandage.
Isn't he like a pediatrician? Or is he? No, he's just a family doctor.
No, I'm pretty sure he's like a vet or something.
No, he's not a
But he's hired
vet.
as the family doctor.
Oh no.
Oh, there it goes. Sorry, Discord.
Oh, it's okay.
Did a weird. As a result, Jessica completely lost her field of vision.
That's okay. The wound may hurt or itch, but you mustn't scratch at it or rub it. When tomorrow comes, let us go to an ophthalmologist. Ophthalmologist?
Yeah,
Ophthalmologist.
Up.
Up.
The.
Ta.
Ma.
Mall.
Logist.
Logist.
There you
Ophthalmologist.
go.
Let's just go to an ophthalmologist as soon as possible. I said that right the first time. That bitch. She really was trying to kill me. Even if the angle had been just a little off, I'd been killed by now. I'll definitely turn her into the police. Ava-san would not do such a thing. That was an accident. You called that an accident? She killed Dad and Mom. She killed Dad and Mom. There's no way any 19th person or witch exists on this island. She's behind everything. She was the only one on the first floor of the guest house. George Nissan must have seen her kill Mom and Dad, and she killed them to keep him quiet. It's the same with Grandfather and the servants. I'm sure she snuck out of the family conference last night and killed all of them. If that is indeed the case, then we'll find out about it as soon as the police investigate. The police are incredible, and with their powers of discernment, there's nothing that cannot be understood. There is no need for us to suspect or hate anyone. The police will resolve everything.
Cut to the clip of that one cop mag dumping into the back of his car because an acorn fell.
Cut to Scary Terry from Brooklyn Nine-Nine unloading clip into a mannequin.
Oh, yeah.
So for now, Jessica-san, you should devote yourself to resting your body and keeping your eyes safe. Of course, if you wrinkle your forehead too much, it will do nothing good for your eyes, not to mention your beauty.
Real. The only thing worse than dying is being unfuckable.
When Jessica's abuse of Ava had reached a crescendo, she actually had started glaring instinctively, and the pressure on her eyes had hurt her. Jessica herself realized that the more she talked, the more the wound would hurt. And regardless of whether she'd overcome her suspicions of Ava, she regained her composure for the time being.
She killed them. Dad and Mom, and Shannon, and Cannon-kun. Cannon-kun.
Damn.
How am I gonna fuck the chair? How am I gonna fuck the furniture?
How am I gonna fuck it?
She'd heard that Cannon had been killed in the chapel. Jessica still hadn't seen his face after he had died. Jessica was now less fearful about the fact that she was blinded, and more frightened that the police would carry Cannon's body away while she still couldn't see. And that she would have to say her final farewell without being able to look at his face. Her anger at the culprit and her sadness at the death of the person she liked. Those mixed emotions started her crying. But right now, tears were actually painful for her, so she wasn't even permitted to leisurely remember his face in bygone days. Jessica could do nothing but sit on the bed and let her head droop, withstanding the pain.
Damn.
Should break into Kinzo's drugstore.
Well then, now I am worried more about Ava-san. I hope she isn't too shaken by this.
Realizing that Jessica had calmed down for the time being, and letting out a sigh, he stuck his head out into the hallway to look for any sign of the others coming back so that he wasn't left alone with an underage woman.
Oh!
Ah! Underage woman!
I'm so confused. What happened? I couldn't even see that in time.
No, it was Ava, Beatrice.
It was Ava-trice, yeah. Then, their eyes met.
That was so perfect, dude!
Can't wait for them to die, and then Ava's gonna be like, "You killed everybody," and she shoots Battler in the face.
I need that clipped so bad. So he wouldn't be alone with an underage woman. An underage woman!
Clippers.
Oh my god.
Then their eyes met. Nanjo, unable to understand who this person was bewildered for an instant.
I hear that people who have lost the power of sight have zero anti-magic power and magic resistance power. In other words, you're an isolated pawn right now. Understand what that means?
What did you say?
Nanjo had no way of understanding who the person in front of him was, much less what she had just said.
Dr. Nanjo? What's going on? Oh god, I have to be all three of them.
Oh no. Unable to see, Jessica had to rely on voices alone to make out the situation. But since she heard Nanjo say something in an uneasy tone, she tightened up, thinking that something bad might have happened.
Stop, please! Please don't kill me! I have a sick grandchild! I mustn't die here! Please spare me! Ah!
Dr. Nanjo? Dr. Nanjo?
Jessica couldn't do anything except call out from the bed. Judging by the tone of his voice, Nanjo was in the corridor, confronting someone. And he was scared. His life must have been threatened just a second ago.
No, stop it! Ah!
On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive.
The witch pointed the end of a gold staff at Nanjo, even though he didn't know what she was planning to do. Nanjo assumed that she must be trying to take his life.
Dr. Nanjo! Dr. Nanjo! Is someone there? Answer me!
Stop it!
Bang! A sharp sound echoed. And just as sharply, the tip of the golden staff tapered and stretched, slicing into Nanjo's forehead. Jessica, who could only try to grasp what was happening with her ears, had no clue what was going on. But even so, she was able to realize that with that sound, Nanjo had died. And she could tell that the person was now in the corridor, right in front of the servant room. Furthermore, since she couldn't see, she wouldn't be able to run away, much less resist. Knowing that she was a mouse in a trap, and in a life or death situation, Jessica shuddered.
Oh, Jessica. Too bad. Your eyes got injured. Now you can't even escape. I'm gonna play a whole lot with Nanjo's corpse now. When I get bored of that, I'll kill you next and play a bunch more. No, wait. If I've got you here blind already, I won't wait until you're dead. I'll have a lot of fun with you before I kill you too.
Yeah, what she said.
So wait there shaking for a while, okay? As you try to imagine all the ways I'm playing with Nanjo's corpse.
Then she screams, "Oh!"
Jessica was struck with fear and let out a frail scream that the voice actress didn't bother to do. She wanted to scream in a much louder voice, trying to get someone to help her. It's too late now.
Okay.
She couldn't. When faced with true fear, it clogs up a person's throat. Right then, Jessica could barely even breathe.
Help me! Help me! Ah!
Yeah, did you like that? Did you like that, narrator?
She searched around with her hands bare minimum, trying to find some way to escape. But even though she could... Oh, fuck.
Uh-huh, yeah.
I could leave right now. But even though she could have known this room well, just being unable to see made it like a closed room of darkness.
Oh.
She went into a shelf or something, and things like candy jars and bottles fell down, hitting her on the head.
Oh my god.
As she was now, it would have been tough for her to even guard her head to block it. She was painfully aware of how powerless humans become just by losing their sense of sight. Of course, she had no time to be impressed by this fact. She crawled around at random, trying to escape from that place, but she kept bumping into things that she didn't understand, getting hit by various falling objects. And it felt like the entire room was alive, bullying her and refusing to let her escape. Then, a footstep could be heard from that presence in the hallway, and then a voice. She probably poked her head into the room since Jessica had been so loud.
You really are noisy. Act like a lady and wait there on the bed. Because I'll give you a wonderful blood red death outfit fitting for such an honored daughter. Something good enough to make the person who finds you vain, okay?
Until just a second ago, she had sworn she'd kill the culprit if she found them. However, she was now very powerless. She couldn't do anything except let out a scream, crawling around on the floor and bumping her head into the bed and the legs of the desk.
Help me! Help me! Someone help me! Dad! Mom! That hurt! Someone come! Help
They
me!
can't help you,
Can I
bruh.
go?
They're dead, bruh. They can't help you.
In the corridor, as the witch thought of how to toy with Nanja's life, a single gold butterfly secretly watched the scene from the corner of the hallway.
This shit is fucked.
It was Beato, who had barely escaped with her life once before.
Witch battle or what?
The gold butterfly softly returned to human form. It was faint and transparent like a lace curtain. By now, her power was so weak that even maintaining this form was difficult for her. Right next to her, Renove also appeared. It is unlikely that Jessica will survive. Of course, there were to be no survivors from the very beginning.
She has grown feelings of love for Canon. I have toyed with him at times. However, such behavior was shameful for a witch.
Love is the single element. Romantic love is even more pure, more sacred. Though for some reason you seem to despise it thoroughly, milady.
Teacher told me, magic exists to bring people happiness. That's something I myself must have been aware of in the past. Ever since I forgot that, I stopped being a witch. And so, I lost the right to be Battler's opponent.
I can hardly believe it, milady. Do you actually intend to rescue Jessica? It will be dangerous.
I know. Even if I do save her, she will become a plaything of the witch's banquet when the door to the Golden Land opens. But even so, that death would be far more compassionate than what that person would do to her. The witch's banquet steals lives in a terrible way, but it does not do so more than once. It does not toy with life and death. However, that person is different. She kills over and over. She kills for fun. There's not even a trace of compassion there. I want to at least save Jessica from that kind of cruel fate.
Certainly, by carrying that out, you would probably be praised as a good witch. However, the new Beatrice Summer already views you as hostile, milady. If you were to be seen by her again, you would not have any method of escape this time, correct?
When I reunited George and Shannon, I finally understood what a witch is, and what magic is. I am a witch. I must act as a witch. And I must be acknowledged as Battler's opponent, and make Battler accept me as a witch this time around. The road to that goal may be long and difficult. However, if I do not take a step forward here and now, I won't be able to call myself a witch.
I understand your feelings, but how do you plan to rescue her? There are not many forms of magic that your body is capable of, that your body is don't. Why would you do this? Did you not have to borrow George's power back when you revived Shannon?
Indeed. For that very reason, I may be able to save Jessica. Right now, she is begging for Canon to save her. If I can borrow the power of that emotion, my magic may be able to knock on the doors of the land of the dead once again.
May be able to knock, however, you may be able to knock, however, you would use up all of your magical energy. if you were to be spotted by the new Beatrice Summer, you would truly be without a method of escape. I am no longer your butler, milady. Understand that I cannot assist you if the situation worsens.
I know. By now I have toyed with and taken more lives than I could count. So, I may not be able to make up for it, except by saving the same number of lives, bringing them through that door. I have had nothing to lose in the first place. I am just a gold butterfly who has passed its name and magic power on, and who is no longer acknowledged as a witch.
What about Battler Summer? You are partway through a game with him. He has said that he would wait until you returned. Are you truly satisfied to end it here? You have a duty to return to the seat across from Battler Summer.
For that very reason, if there's a life that only I can save, I will save it. And I will be accepted as a witch. I must become a witch. If this is training, it is a very childish thing, nothing that compares with the evils I have committed before now. Vanish, Renove. Watch what may be the final magic of a single butterfly who used to be called a witch.
Certainly. Please, show me magic that will not disgrace the name of the Golden Witch. And I pray that this is not your final spell.
Go, my friend. If you can find enough ink, write down the story of my foolish life, and hand it over to some fool who is about to walk down the same path. So long, Renove.
Yeah, I might do that if I feel like it.
I'm going to have gay sex with Battler now.
Well, that's because he's a demon ghost. He has magical demon powers.
That's hot.
Kanekun, where are you? Where are you? Help me! Help me!
Oh, F. Oh, my God. By the way, I just want to say, I think it's crazy that all it took was Battler being like, "You're fucking cringe and gross. I don't like you," and then all of a sudden she developed like a moral compass, and she's like, "Wait, maybe this is bad."
She's like, Battler called me cringe.
She's like, "You're cringe."
Well, he called her out on that stuff from the beginning. It just seems that it meant more and more to her as it went on.
Yeah, well, because there was the whole thing
Camera
about
boy.
like her trying to get him to enjoy it that really like set him off.
Yeah, Cannon's been
But-
dead. He's been
Yeah,
dead.
Camera Boy is dead.
Camera boy. Yeah. It's Temu or Timu, Cannon boy.
Timu.
Timu.
Lady, I am always there by your side.
Kanekun? Kanekun?
It seemed to Jessica as though she'd heard Cannon's voice just then. She looked around with unseeing eyes, but of course, she saw nothing. On the contrary, that action caused her head to hit the desk again.
Kanekun? Kanekun? Help me! Help me!
Yes, milady, I will help you.
Kanekun? You survived?
No, I'm dead as fuck.
Oh.
This time, she thought she heard his voice clearly. Jessica jumped up in surprise, banging her head against the desk once again.
Did brain trauma.
Milady, please calm your heart and listen. Unfortunately, I am not alive.
Huh?
I have already died. However, that witch came to me to tell me of your peril. And she gave me just a little bit of time, so that I could save you, milady.
Please calm your heart even more. If you do, my form will become visible even to you, milady.
Jessica obeyed those words. She chased all idle thoughts from her head and relaxed her breathing. Of course, her heart felt like it was going to explode after hearing the voice of the one she liked and had thought was dead. She resisted the excitement with all her strength.
Woobity woobity.
When she did, she felt as though Kannan-kun really was right in front of her. Even though she shouldn't have been able to see him with her eyes, she was able to sense him clearly.
Can you see me, milady?
Yeah, I can see. I can definitely see you, Kannan-kun.
I exist only as a soul now, so I cannot touch you, milady. I cannot do anything except talk to you like this. With my current weak existence, I can do nothing more than that. But I should be able to be of some aid to you, milady.
So, we can only talk? I can't touch you, Kannan-kun?
How am I gonna get that dick?
I am now more fragile than smoke from a candle. So much so that if one of the living such as you were to touch me, I would be wiped away instantly. So please don't try to touch me. Because I am also holding back my desire to touch you, milady.
Okay.
More importantly, milady, please listen well. The new Golden Witch has a cruel heart. She surely plans to make you meet with a horrible fate. You must escape from this room and hide.
How? I can't see anything.
Sorry, every time I hear horrible fate, I just have Ben Drowned flashbacks.
Yeah.
Fire.
Makes me think of Castlevania 2. Horrible night to have a curse.
Quiet. I will be your eyes, milady. Please move in accordance with my instructions. First, please crawl 3 steps from there, then stand up. You are now under the desk, milady. I'm going to boot up League of Legends. If you stand there, you'll hit your head.
That was under the desk? Okay. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna stand.
Bonk.
Well done. Please turn to face towards 9 o'clock. Yes, well done.
This is pretty embarrassing.
And then this shit for like 2 seconds, I'm still tearing up.
Real. So real.
Ricochet! John UMINEKO, you're cooking.
Are you okay? Does your wound hurt?
No, I'm fine. What next?
Jessica thought that if this was a dream, she didn't want to wake up. And if I have a sip of water, actually.
Everybody take a sip of water right now?
I already did. Tonnage.
And if she were allowed to, she would have wanted to take off the bandage covering her eyes and see him. However, if she did that, Kannan might vanish like a frail candle. Frail candle smoke. Just like he himself had said. She was afraid of that. So, she satisfied herself with just listening to his words once more, repressing her desire to see him, to hold him. Therefore, what hurt her eyes now were the tears of gratitude. Tears of gratitude for the god, or maybe the witch, who had given her this miraculous moment.
Is this okay? If we keep talking like this, we won't be noticed by her. Oh, if we keep talking like this, we won't be noticed by her? That was a question. Won't our voices be heard?
I have erected a secrecy barrier.
I cannot even take that seriously for 2 seconds. A secrecy barrier.
He's erected.
I have a shield.
As long as we don't make any loud sounds or speak noisily, no one will notice us. That's why people can't tell when I'm around.
I don't really get it, but anyway, we'll be fine as long as we stay quiet, right? What should I do next?
All they had to do instead of that would just be like, I'm speaking Brain.
No.
Like, that's
Please
all
walk 10 steps in that direction. You will touch the sofa. Please continue along that. Do it slowly. Stay calm. Believe in my words.
Ow.
Oh my god.
She biffs it.
Sure. It's weird. Even though it's not so scary. Oh, even though it's so scary not being able to see, I'm not scared at all if you're with me, Canon-kun.
Yes, that's the sofa. Trace it to the left while advancing slowly. There's a table just to your left. Be careful not to bump into it with your shins.
It was a very, very strange and bizarre team effort, even though she would have been killed in an instant if the terrible witch noticed her. There was no fear in Jessica's heart. She was being protected and guided by Canon, someone she thought she'd never be reunited with. It would possibly be just a momentary miracle. Even so, Jessica was deeply grateful for it. If she hoped for too much, she was sure that he would disappear, so she tried not to ruin this faint miracle. And, trying to engrave this moment into her heart for all eternity, she slowly continued to walk, obeying Canon's voice.
Okay, if you walk 10 more steps, you will exit the servant room. Then please turn to face 9 o'clock and keep walking very slowly. Put your hand on the wall to your right and keep following that. I will take you to a safe room.
If I go there, will you leave, Canon-kun?
Canon didn't answer, but his lack of an answer was enough to tell her the truth.
Then, no way. I don't want to go.
If you stay here, you will be killed by the witch.
I don't mind. If I'm killed, I can go to the world where you are, Canon-kun.
Milady, please listen to me.
I went to hell. I did some shit.
You really don't want to know about the details, but I don't think you're going to make it to where I am. The human world is too bright and painful for the dead like me. So I cannot stay for long. So, milady, please allow me to use what time I am allowed to guide you to a safe place. Because after that, I will stay with you until my time runs out.
Is that the very best you can manage, Canon-kun?
Yes. In exchange, I will stay by your side as long as possible. I will stay with you and talk with you, milady.
Talk about what?
What do you want to talk about?
I don't care what. As long as you're willing to tell me, Canon-kun.
Well then, I'll tell you the story of a cowardly servant boy who lacked all courage. The story of a foolish and pitiful boy who fell in love with a young lady as radiant as the sun. Even when the lady confessed those same feelings to him, he lost to his cowardice and was never able to be honest with his feelings while he still lived.
Okay.
Yes. Then I want to tell you a story too. It's the story of a cowardly girl who couldn't muster the courage to tell the boy she loved how she felt. Much more often. The story of how that girl, after being reunited with a boy by a miracle from God, used that chance to finally muster up her courage.
I also want to hear that. So, for that reason as well, let us go to a safe place.
Yeah. If I could be with you, Canon-kun, I would walk however far, however long it took. I don't need eyes anymore. If you tell me to step forward, I will take that step, even if it leads off of a cliff.
Thank you, even though that's probably not the most sound decision making. Let us go, the first 10 steps.
The chat.
This is direly important. One hop this time. Now,
Milady,
cha-cha.
right on the stump.
Oh my god. Oh fuck.
No, I don't like it. I won't do it. Unless you call me Jessica.
Oh, she wants him to stop Reddit white knighting.
Understood. Well then, Jessica, take the first 10 steps.
Yes, Canon-kun.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that's kind of kinky.
What, bro? She's walking. You got brain rot. You got gutter brain.
Very quietly, Jessica and Cannon slowly snuck out of the servant room. Just around the corner, the witch could be seen cruelly looking down at Nonjo's corpse, but she didn't even notice their presence. However, Renove, who stood at the ready by her side, met Cannon's eyes.
He heard him burp from the other side of the room.
No, that's Renove covering.
Oh. Fire.
Cannon thought, oh no, grimacing and blocking Jessica with his back.
Strimmer, you're ruining the moment. I'm sorry.
Owned.
However, Renove did not inform his master because he's a fucking G. He played dumb, as though he hadn't spotted Cannon in the first place. No. Maybe he did appear to chuckle.
King.
You know, if I'd be like, my fault, original gangster.
From a finger on Renove's hands, which were joined behind his back, a single small gold butterfly appeared, flying in front of Cannon as though guiding him. It went unnoticed by the master he served. Cannon was surprised at the magic the butterfly held, because it was far more powerful than the secrecy barrier Cannon had possessed. He may not have known it, but that power of his had originally been Renove's. Cannon's ability was an imitation of that, which Kinzo had made and given to him.
Fire.
As that butterfly of secrecy magic scattered gold scales, it grew smaller, bit by bit. It probably wouldn't last long. But without a doubt, even that would buy them enough time to get them as far away from the cruel witch.
Okay, milady. Let's follow that wall and keep walking. Keep going.
Yeah, if I can be with you, Canon-kun, I'll keep on going. On and on.
Led and protected by the small gold butterfly, the pair, separated by the wall of life and death, slowly walked away towards the end of the corridor. There was no way that the evil witch, who would have magic to notice their flight, until they disappeared at the other end of the corridor. The witch didn't realize that Jessica had vanished. By the time the gold butterfly Renove had sent evaporated completely, Jessica had reached the parlor. Even though it would have been a quick trip if she had been able to see, as she was now, it had been a very long adventure.
Come, milady. We've reached the parlor. I will now take you to the bundle of curtains by the window. If you hide in there, you'll surely be safe.
Her
Inside
little
the
fucking
curtains.
feet Caesar poking out.
Oh my god.
Not bad.
It is terrible.
Yeah, it's not gonna work.
I used to hide in there a lot long ago.
Beatrice Sama.
Huh?
Cannon called out the witch's name. Jessica looked around in surprise, but she obviously couldn't spot the witch. She couldn't see. Beato had appeared once again with a faint form. Cannon squared off against the figure of the evil witch, but Beato's expression was soft, or even pitying.
I don't know what sort of whim led you to revive me, nor do I understand what you're thinking now.
Oh, it was nothing more than a whim. No. This is how witches should be. It took me 1,000 years to realize that. That is how foolish it is. Who is it? Who's there?
Milady, be quiet. She is the witch, Beatrice. I owe her because she let me be with you one more time.
The witch, Beatrice. Forget about me. More importantly, you should quickly hide that girl in the shadows of the curtains. You probably do not have much time left. You may spend it having a final conversation with Jessica. A secret meeting inside a bunch of curtains? How clever you two are. Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you for letting me be with Cannon-kun.
Jessica didn't know where Beata was, so she said that while facing in the wrong direction. Perhaps she found that funny. Beata snickered.
I will now leave this room to the pair of lovers. Evil witches have no need for tales of love. Allow me to depart.
Beatrice Summer, thank you very much.
There's no need to thank me. You know that something like this cannot compensate for all of the evil that I have done.
I offer my gratitude to this good witch as a parting gift. I don't know what has happened before or what will happen after. However, at this very moment, you are without a doubt a good witch.
You flatter me, Furniture. The next time we meet, I may be an evil witch who doesn't betray your expectations. And with that, farewell.
Beata left the parlor and closed the door, and mustering the last of her remaining magical power, she sealed the door. The fact that those two had escaped into here would eventually be noticed. And now that the ninth twilight had been reached, no matter how much they struggled, their inescapable fate had already been sealed, or decided. I made that up in my head. However, till that final moment, they should be given the chance to speak with each other of their love. Which poured out all of her magical power to protect their time together, so that no one would be able to defile their time alone until the last possible moment. At that time, Beata noticed something. Her body had been detected by a magical searching technique.
Uh-oh.
The evil witch's furniture had sniffed this place out.
So, boorishness is the witch's way of doing things after all. To think that she doesn't even intend to let those two young ones speak together of their love. Oh, 45 data received. Checking document. Confirmed as the predecessor Lady Beatrice has analyzed the pole and defense wall. 72-layered, multi-layered defense wall. Attack-proof barrier and anti-magic armor. Sniping into the pole will be impossible. Data length of 10. Oh, God.
14 data received! And we just gotta kill this bitch! Great Lady Beatrice, Doc, your firing permission, please.
Go ahead and shoot. Oh, and avoid her vital areas. There's something I want to ask that old hag.
That's what he's doing.
Oh, yeah.
You know the Bugs Bunny short I'm talking about, Shane?
I did.
Evil computer bunny girls. Yeah, they're really hot, but they're also annoying.
The fucking rabbits shot the thing again. The gold snake. It crawled around the corner, starting from the front of the servant room, aiming for the parlor as it drew a soft, snake-like curved line trajectory. And it pierced into Beata's chest.
Oh, fuck. Yeah.
Gold butterflies gathered, and the cruel witch appeared along with her furniture.
Do the music. The music.
Predecessor Sama, no further obstructions will be permitted.
I didn't think they would be... Still, Chester's sisters really have gotten rusty. To think that they failed to bring me down. And twice at that.
Renove spoke in a manner befitting the witch's butler. As she pushed her pain aside, Beato grinned and spoke back.
My apologies, Predecessor Sama. We were ordered to avoid vital areas.
As soon as we get the order, we can pierce you at any time. We can pierce a hole in your ears, your belly button, you know, any hole that you like, whatever you're into, really.
Oh my god, it's going over the text! It's coming for us!
Holy shit, guys, this is so meta.
Oh my gosh. Well, it is also funny that 410 said that, because 410 is the shotgun shell, so that's
Epic.
a good joke. That's the only thing I like about those two, is that
The gun?
It's the gun joke.
Yeah.
Gun joke.
The gold snake that had the gold snake that had pierced Beatrice grew even longer, drawing a funnel-shaped helix and awaiting its next order.
Oh, Jamie has to do the gift.
Oh
Jamie.
yeah, gift time.
It was... Do I continue, or do I...
Go, continue.
It was prepared to pierce a vital spot as soon as the evil witch told it to.
For what reason would someone like you, who is no less brutal than I, make them avoid my vital areas? You Beatrice! I wanted to ask you something. I don't know what kind of trick you used to escape, but we thought we took you out, right? Why is it that even though you could have escaped by hiding, you took the risk of appearing again? It can't be that you came back just to protect those two young people, right? Well, who knows? And just a second ago, why'd you do something as soft as reviving the lovers and reuniting them? The more I hear about you, the more I learn that I don't even reach up to your feet as an incarnation of evil. If you're like that, why did you suddenly start acting so mildly? That's what I wanted to ask. And hold that thought. I have to put a gif in here. Hold that thought. Hold it.
They're arguing about if it's pronounced GIF or JIF.
It's fucking gif.
I don't care.
The guy who invented it said it was called a GIF.
It's a fucking gif.
Fucking mingin', I'm fucking mingin'. You what? You fucking what? It's a GIF, mate. You fucking what?
Graphics interchange, fuckboy.
Okay, you put it right. You put it right here.
Graphics interchange. Rend. Fun guy.
I am brutal, therefore I am fickle. What purpose could questioning that possibly serve? Cheers, your sister's sower.
Oh.
When she ordered that, the gold snake that curled in a helix and suspended in space moved as fast as a real snake going after its prey, and pierced Beato's body multiple times from both sides, its gold tail drawing an X shape.
Whoa!
As the cruel witch had ordered, it drew a cross-stitch through Beato's chest. Gold thread made a squeaking sound and tormented Beato. Rather than a gold snake searching for its prey, it waited for orders like a sewing needle ready to sew Beato.
If it's you we're talking about, there's no way it could have been a whim. I've heard about you, and I've learned. You're such an incarnation of evil that I don't even rise up to your feet. I thought I was truly a fitting successor to you. But you've always been in the way. You always say warm, pleasant things that shock me. What changed you? You explored the depths of evil for 1,000 years, and I let you live because I wanted to know what happened to make you change so much.
Oh, let's go. Let's go, CG. Boobs.
She's doing kind of.
It's
No?
boobs. It's boobs.
Chad, I might be turning around on Beatrice. Thoughts?
Yeah, is it because you're seeing her against the wall? With her boobs out?
You couldn't tell, but I like upturned my eyes at the camera, you know?
You did the gym.
Nah, I'd probably pick Avatrice over her.
Jesus Christ, get out.
She's cute!
If you really want to know, then I suggest you waste 1,000 years as well. So.
No, I'll just take Kyrie. It's the only one for me still, really. Beato's chest was once again sewn with a golden cross stitch. It tightened once again, squeezing fresh blood from Beato's chest. The intense pain caused rain in conflict with its beauty to the eye.
You might be one of those things that disappear when they die and don't leave a corpse. So I'll kill you slowly. But if you answer my questions honestly, I'll let you die easy. I'll give you a splendid, gorgeous death, perfect for my predecessor, Sama. I'll sink you in a coffin filled with water and roses. Isn't that wonderful? And you still won't talk about the reason for your change of heart? Not answering when she is asked is another one of an evil witch's pleasures. So, twice.
Oh my god, she's getting all sweaty?
Dude, she's dying.
You know what, man? Yeah, fine. No, it's fine. It's whatever. I'll remember this. next time you have something to goon over.
No, keep going. It's a bit.
No, it's okay, man. I understand. This fucking stream is for fake freaks only. The second a woman is fucking being violently maimed, I just can't enjoy it. Oh, because fucking the Twitch mods are gonna come after us.
Oh, but anytime a man with long hair murders someone in the
God,
bed.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Anytime the focus is on the homicidal maniac instead of the victim, all of a sudden it's super sexy, right?
So, some sort of anthropomorphic animal commits mass genocide after his friend is shot. And that, oh, it's so hot.
Yeah, right?
Fuck you guys.
Of course, you don't have to answer. After all, that way I get to torture you. The endless magic truly is wonderful. When you think about it, this world is limited in every way. The endless cannot exist in the human world. Because gods are without limits, the human world is deprived of all limitlessness. So that they can be looked down upon. I don't even know what I said. So in other words, this endless power is the power of the gods! A wonderful power where the more you play with it, the more fun ways of playing you find. You use that power as you please for 1,000 years and went on a rampage. Why are you having a change of heart only now? You aren't gonna say you regret handing it over to me, are you?
Witch mom? She's not a mom.
She's basically like a witch mom when you think about it, because she was tutoring, Avatrice. But she's like a shitty witch mom.
How could I regret it? The endless magic you believe in is no magic at all. True magic lies in a deep abyss that you most certainly cannot reach. And this is what you realized? Then what is it? Wander about for 1,000 years without realizing, foolish witch. So, 3 times this time.
2 hops this time.
Beato's chest had been embroidered with the golden thread. It tightened even more, causing Beato more and more pain.
Well, that's fine. I'm no longer curious about what kind of revelations an old hag who refuses to die might have had. I'm bored now, so I'll just kill you. If I do, the barrier around the parlor will dissolve. Then I'll torture Cannon and Jessica to death a whole bunch of times. Being able to have 2 lovers as my toys at the same time sounds pretty fun, right?
Without missing by a millimeter, the gold sewing thread shot through Beato's heart. That intense pain was worse than all of the pain before that put together. Beato finally remembered the actual feeling of dying, which she had forgotten over the course of 1,000 years. But she couldn't die. She must not die. If she died, it would mean handing over the two in the parlor to the cruel witch. So she definitely couldn't die. She resolutely refused to die.
New Beatrice, I have a request. The lovers' meeting between the two in the parlor will not last long. In the amount of time an hourglass can measure, Cannon will probably vanish into the land of the dead. Would you please allow them at least that much time? No way! Isn't tearing apart two who love each other fun? You said it so yourself, so I want to try it. In that case, I mustn't allow you that pleasure. Yes, it can be fun, tearing apart lovers. Really? I'm sure it is fun. So don't get in my way! So more! So!
Understood. Bang, bang, boom, bitty, wow. You're dead.
I want to see CG of Beatrice's face just as messed up as like Rocky Balboa. And just Beatrice, I didn't hear no bell.
That's fire.
The merciless gold sewing needle sewed the gold thread through Beato's heart over and over again. However, no matter how much it tightened, that heart did not stop.
This isn't nearly enough. I won't die by something like this. What are you doing? Make this old hag shut up. Kill her quickly. We're killing her. Even though he's sewn her heart in place several times, this person's heart won't stop. Are you immortal?
If immortal, then why not endless?
Of course not. I've handed the endless over to you. My heart will not beat many more times. However, if by making it beat just once more, I can give the two in this room a bit more time, I'll continue that resistance for all eternity!
Plot twist, she's a lich.
So, keep sewing her until her heart stops moving!
Well, we already actually kind of had the phylactery moment thing with the mirror.
Oh yeah, true. Why doesn't she die? It's impossible!
Why isn't her heart stopping, even though it's been sewn in place?
Who cares? We'll make the heart explode from the inside, Doc. How pitiful, and you could have died cleanly if you hadn't resisted us.
Strobe warning.
Fucking epic rave warning.
Porygon! As they said that, even though the gold needle and thread made round trips over and over again, Beato still didn't die. The cruel witch eventually grew pale at how bizarre that was.
What in the world are you?
I don't get it, Yules. The heart just keeps breathing.
The heart just keeps beating.
You probably cannot understand. Even I didn't understand. And yet, somehow or another, it seems that this is true magic. In other words, I have now become it. I have become a true witch!
Oh, I'll be coming.
Oh.
I'll be coming something.
Fixing explosion center and hot interior. Fuse preparations ready.
Explode! She blows up, I guess.
There was a terrible sound, and gold leaf was scattered around the area, along with a cloud of gold butterfly. Beato's chest had opened wide from the inside, and from that the gold butterflies and gold leaf poured out. staining the surrounding area gold. Then, Beato's flesh crumpled. Like a puppet whose strings had been cut, she crouched down and crumpled. However, a gold heart, tied by gold threads, floated in the air and continued to beat.
What the?
A monster.
When the Shyster sisters saw that, they fell on their butts in shock.
They fell on their booties.
The Shiesty sisters.
Their tiny little, not even worth it butts.
Hey man, we haven't seen their butts. You don't know.
Until they pan down and show me otherwise, I'm imagining Hank Hill.
Whoa.
Whoa! Somehow, even though Beato had become nothing more than a heart, it still kept beating, continuing to project the barrier to the parlor. It was an immeasurably vast magical power, impossible to measure. In other words, endless.
Endless witch.
Did Beatrice seriously just be like,
Yeah, fuck you.
nah,
Stealing
mine.
back my power, bitch.
Takesy motherfucking backsies, bro.
I'm the
Well, 'cause
endless witch, right?
I think what's actually happening, right, is like she's becoming
Rediscovered?
Yeah, well, because she's like
Yeah.
having faith in herself again, right? Like from other people, I mean, because like Cannon and Jessica are like believing in her and shit.
Yeah.
So like that's giving her strength back, right?
Yeah, so she gave over the title of Endless Witch voluntarily, but then, like, so I guess rediscovered it or re-earned it since the
Yeah.
one who holds it is not worthy.
Was it ever said that there can only be one endless witch at a time? Because there's
No.
multiple endless witches, right?
I
So
don't know if
think
there's multiple, but it never said that you could only have one.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Well, because aren't Burncastle and Lambda Delta endless also?
No, they're different types of witches.
No, one of them is like certainty. It's like, yeah.
But it never said that there couldn't be two.
I thought, dude, am I tripping balls? I thought being an endless witch just meant like you're a witch that lives forever. I thought that was what that meant.
No, that was specifically her title.
Yeah, that was specifically Beatrice.
Well, I like
this
her
is-
living forever, and that the idea of infinity and good, that is her power and her
Yeah.
thing. But like the other witch, which one was it? Burncastle.
It's
Who was
Burncastle,
the
that's
one?
certainty,
Yeah.
I think.
And wrong with Battler, her power is having big old titties.
Real.
I'm the endless witch, right? Why is this old hag still alive after all this?
I have to try so hard
She
not
has
to
her
laugh when she
sister!
says hag.
Smash that heart, quickly! It's impossible! My apologies! We can't do it!
Indeed, it probably will be impossible. No number of people could crush that heart. And certainly not the soldiers who serve under His Highness the Dragon King.
In that case, an endless witch like me should be able to crush it, right? My power is that of a god!
I'm afraid to say that your power cannot leave a single wound on the endless of Beatrice.
Just what do you mean by that?
Just as there can be no light without knowledge of the shadows, there can be no infinite without knowledge of the infinite. Before Milady Beatrice's true endless power, your frail magic is quite lacking.
What is that?
The cruel witch was surprised and stepped back. It was thinner than a lace curtain, but Beato's form, no, Beatrice's form, was still standing there. What up, bitch?
I'm back, bitches.
Even after being laid bare so tragically like this, she refused to let evil through that door. At that time, a shadow just as thin as Beatrice stood behind her. It was Cannon.
What's your line?
Shut up, I'm thirsty.
He's drinking ghost water, leave him.
Beatrice-sama, thank you very much. I won't forget what you've done for us.
I'll hear those words of yours once the number of my blessings has surpassed the number of grievances I have caused. Is that long enough?
Yes. Truly, thank you very much. And Beatrice-sama, you have also done enough. Please, be at peace.
Is that so? Is this enough? What's going on? Why are you guys calling that old hag Beatrice? Beatrice is my name, right? It's gotta be, since I'm the new Golden Witch and Endless Witch, right?
How rude. How dare you claim Beatrice-sama's name?
I'm afraid to say that the name of Beatrice-sama belongs to the one crowned as the Endless Witch. Right now, you are the predecessor.
Oh, she did take it from her.
What did you say? Farewell, Canon. I'm sure I'll see you soon enough. In a new nightmare.
In the nightmare of a new night, I will once again be your companion, Beatrice-sama. With that, if you would excuse me.
I'm sorry. There was
Goodbye.
Oh, see, there it is.
Cannon's form grew faint, and he disappeared into thin air. After watching him go, Beatrice's form also grew faint, and before disappearing, it slumped over onto the floor.
Oh.
There was a splat. The golden heart had been floating in midair, lost its sparkle, became blood-stained flesh, and fell to the ground. That's pretty metal. How frail it was. It was ragged and full of holes. But until a moment ago it sparkled so much, had continued to beat so forcefully. That heart still just barely managed to beat, however, it was only a matter of time before it stopped. Beatrice, whose form had become fragile and faint, like incense smoke, lay on the floor, steadily watching her own heart. There, the cruel witch could be seen.
What do you mean, Endless? Aren't you actually collapsed in a heap right there? How can there be a finite infinity? That's a contradiction! It couldn't exist! This is the limit of your magic! The endless is better than the finite!
Beatrice no longer even had the will to respond. No, on the contrary, it was doubtful that the words of the cruel witch even reached her ears.
If you're a real Endless Witch, try standing up! How's it going? You can't stand, can you? Why do you think you can't stand? It's because you aren't the Endless Witch!
The cruel witch poked Beatrice's heart with a fingernail. Beatrice had no words with which to respond to that provocation. However, instead of words, she returned a single expression. It felt humiliating only to the cruel witch. Because she had gently curved her mouth and smiled.
Wub wub.
Damn. Footsteps were approaching that place. There's no way she had misheard it. That rough squeaking of heels was the sound of Battler's footsteps.
Battler, is it? After talking so tough, I ended up like this. I've been trying to become the true witch you talked about, in my own way.
Yeah, I was watching.
Hey, have I been able to become the witch Have I earned the right to become your opponent?
It's useless.
Battler said it unbelievably bluntly. As Beatrice breathed painfully, she saw this and sneered at herself as though she should have expected it.
I see. Yes, the road to becoming a true witch will be much, much longer than this. However, I will not surrender. Just like you never surrendered to my torture. I will definitely become a true witch and be accepted as your opponent.
Yeah, it's useless. It's all useless. You aren't my opponent.
The cruel witch raised her foot high. Below it was Beatrice's frail heart.
Die, you old hag! Let's see how endless you are when you've been crushed to a pulp! I'm the witch! I am the golden witch, Beatrice! Die!
Come on, bro. You telling me that's not the better Beatrice?
Oh.
Come on.
It's time
Oh,
to
why
log-
is he freaking out all of a
Shut up,
sudden?
It's time to log in. It's time to log in.
It's useless! It's all useless! Uh-oh.
What
Oh.
is this?
Did he fucking
Where
pull
is
her in
this?
there?
I think she's his opponent now.
Get in your seat. Beato isn't my opponent. You are.
Battler? What kind of magic is this?
Oh,
Who
shit.
cares? It doesn't matter. Chester sisters. 45 understood, attacking everywhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking kill him!
The Shiestan sisters each readied their own golden bows and fired golden arrows. The two only pulled the bowstring together when using precision guidance. They were fighting against an enemy before their eyes. They fired their bows at the same time. And their might did not suffer in the slightest.
What? It was deflected? There was no barrier, no little circle he stretched out of the ground and hopped through? 45 target analysis?
45 understood. What? Did I break down? Am I insane? Anti-magic resistance power? Endless 9! Even mythical class magical attacks will be effective against the target!
Did you just like aura bomb them?
Yeah,
Like,
dude.
what happened,
His aura's
bruh?
too strong.
You figured it
sorry.
out, bro.
Sorry.
Golden bow warheads could penetrate any magical armor through reciprocal corrosion. When one tried to block them with anti-magic resistance power, even 8 digits would not suffice to prevent their penetration. By the way, even famous gods that appear in myths rarely reach as high as 9 digits.
Thanks, Renove.
For that reason, 9 digits were enough to measure pretty much all sensible values. Battler had buried all 9 of those digits with lines. How foolish. When Battler Sama gets serious, magical arrows and the like aren't even enough to make his hair tremble. The Shiestan sisters dropped their golden bows in shock. To Battler himself, it was as though a pair of dragonflies had flown past his shoulder.
Dude, he's so raw. What are you doing? Is that some kind of game?
Monster. Stay back, small fries. Get in your seat, fake witch. I'll tear off that mask of yours.
Are you ready? Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Ah!
Why was your scream girlier than mine? What the
About
fuck?
range.
called acting. The Shyster sisters couldn't hide their fear at Battler's ferocity as they backed up as though they'd been struck. Beatrice watched the scene in shock.
Battler? What is this supposed to be?
Just like you see, you aren't my opponent. She is! That imposter over there who's using your name.
Imposter.
I'm fighting against a witch. I face off against an opponent who claims to be a witch, and I deny witches by defeating them. I've seen more than enough of your arrogance.
Then, Battler's eyes grew as sharp as blades as he stared down the cruel witch.
What are you calling magic? What are you calling witches? You're no witch! I'll rip that mask off and tear it to shreds. Virgilia, get ready to fight!
Understood. Preparations are complete, so go whenever you're ready. Beatrice, stay back and rest.
Indeed.
Beato looked at Battler timidly. Yeah, Ghost, the Virgilia's actual witch mom.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, she is.
He's witch mom for sure.
She still hadn't been acknowledged as his opponent. Was she qualified to watch the game?
You a spectator
on the
now.
Sidelines?
Beato, stay back and watch. I'll tear it off. I'll thoroughly dismantle this fake witch. I won't let someone like this call themselves a witch.
Here, take a foam finger.
You protected the honor of true witches. You don't need to say anything. On your behalf, I'll teach her that the name of the Golden Witch definitely isn't that cheap.
Those are the general rules.
Thank you, Renove. I get most of the rules now. I see. You can't win with magic, so you came to face off with me in a world where victory is decided by something other than magic. Foolish people. Do you really think you can win against me with twisted logic?
Yes.
Yeah, I do. I'll crush all of your twisted logic, Aunt Ava.
Oh my god, they're coming for
he
her.
knows!
They're coming for her.
Oh my
Wee woo, wee woo.
Take this foam finger and air horn. Have a comically large hot dog and a beer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am not Ava. That is the name of the old shell I shed. I am a true witch, born inside of her.
Don't try to trick me. Your true form isn't a witch or anything like that, but of flesh and human blood. The human culprit, Ushinomiya Ava. Virgilia, reconstruct the second Twilight.
Oh,
yeah. Crime
God,
analysis
did you
mode.
figure it out?
Understood.
He dead named her. Get her!
But you know how they have the Twitter account of Pokemon and sports attire?
Oh, yeah.
I need UMINEKO characters in sports attire.
It's gotta be out there, bro. I'll start it.
Oh fuck! Music! Oh shit!
Oh shit.
Oh fuck! Okay.
Jamie Title, please!
Jamie Title! Jamie!
Jamie!
Understood. On the second Twilight, Rosa and Maria were killed in the Rose Garden. We begin by applying the Ava culprit theory for that case.
Huh? Ridiculous. Come, arise, try to remember. What form did Ushinomiya Hideyoshi have?
What? What's this supposed to be?
It's a summoning of the dead, a witch can easily bring even the dead up to the stand for testimony.
Oh my god! Oh my god! We're getting testimonies!
Oh god!
Ooh, are those cookies?
On the opposing side, a transparent Uncle Hideyoshi was summoned.
Oh, I guess that's Battler.
Oh,
Oh,
true.
Talk about convenient. He looked as though he couldn't see what was going on here. Almost like a person on the other side of the TV.
Witness summons. Ushinomiya Hideyoshi's testimony. Come, Hideyoshi, speak.
I was taking care of Ava in our room the whole time. Of course, Ava didn't leave the room.
Aunt Ava, around here, testimony that isn't red is worth crap. I demand that he repeats it again in red.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sure, say it in red.
I was in the room the whole time, both before and after the time of the crime.
See, look. This This makes it impossible for Ava to be the culprit, right? How will you counter this?
Ridiculous. That move's so lame I could yawn. Beato never used such childish tricks, not even once.
That's a...
Repeat it! Aunt Ava was also in the room for the entire time before and after the crime. Uncle Hideyoshi was just there to create an alibi. You made him stay in the room and stealthily snuck out. If that isn't true, this guy should be able to say so in red.
I refuse to repeat it. Hideyoshi's evidence is sufficient. There's no need for me to repeat that, right?
She has refused. You need show no mercy. This is
L.
a check.
Damn!
Yeah, I'll take it. This opponent's slow. Check. Maybe Uncle Hideyoshi didn't leave the room the whole time. But saying he was taking care of you the whole time is a bright red lie. Therefore, no alibi exists for you. You had a chance to slip out of the room and kill Aunt Rosa and Maria. If you think you can dodge that, try proclaiming in red that Aunt Ava didn't take a step outside of her room. You can't, right? Checkmate.
What the hell? I don't get it!
Sorry, Aunt Ava. Even if you aren't used to the rules, beating your opponent down with all your strength is how this game is played. Right, Beato?
Indeed.
The witch side resigns. Let us continue on to the next game. Next is the 4th through 6th Twilights.
Ghost, are you okay?
Bro's dropping hexadecimal codes.
You're speaking in colors right now. It seemed that the witch still didn't understand how to make a winning move, and she lost her composure in irritation. She was probably also angry that a shot had been taken at her while she still didn't get what's going on.
Oh, it's chess terms. Oh, I'm stupid.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. I see what it is now.
Oh, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't
No,
know. I don't know chess.
Cause shit like E7, F7, those are positions on the board. So I think
Oh.
yeah. I'm not sure what QX is. I thought it was gonna be for queen, but I don't know. Ghost, if you could decipher that for me and give me the full scope, that'd be great.
However, I won't go easy on her at all. Just like she didn't go easy on the victims at all. I won't go easy on her! Virgilia, next crime. Let's reconstruct the case with Dad and the rest.
Queen takes E7 check.
Oh.
Because it's a check mark?
Yeah. Moves F7 checkmate, and that's why you have the hashtag.
Understood. 3 people, Rudolph, Kyrie, and Hideyoshi, went to the mansion and were killed there.
My move won't change. Aunt Ava, you are the culprit! This time you don't even have an alibi from Uncle Hideyoshi. You claim that you were sleeping in that room all by yourself. But that's not true! If you can proclaim it in red, just try it!
I refuse. So tell me, Ava is just a woman, and the people who died were 3 adults with 2 guns, right? How did she kill them all by herself? How did she do it with those stakes as weapons? Like everyone keeps asking, how was the stake shooting device constructed? Explain that! Unless you can explain it, even if Ava doesn't have an alibi, that doesn't mean it was impossible for her to commit the murders!
I refuse to explain! It's a devil's proof. Just because I can't explain it, that doesn't deny the existence of an unknown murder technique, or maybe an unknown weapon.
Battler got so many mystery mouse tools, bro.
He does, bro.
In short, even if I can explain how the stake shooting device is constructed, that doesn't prove that it doesn't exist.
What the hell? Does that ridiculousness even count?
Your devil's proof is valid.
See, bro, a Reddit debater could never beat a Discord debater. This is proof.
It is valid devil's proof. Battler can claim that a stake shooting device exists without bearing the responsibility of explaining how it is constructed. The witch side cannot object to this move.
Not bad. How pushy.
Well, there's this ill-natured witch who trained me well. This is check, okay? Try saying in red that Aunt Ava didn't take a step out of that room. That's right, you shouldn't be able to say it. If you can't say it, it's over. Checkmate!
irrational! This is messed up!
She's like, where are my facts and logic, bro?
Those are the rules of this game. How about some black tea first, and we can browse r/poll. Some cookies as well. Just /poll, yes.
I don't need all that! Ah, that pisses me off. So you fight like a coward just because you can't win with magic.
Oh, fine, no cookies. Fuck it.
Don't get irritated. Drink some black tea or something. I'll take mine straight.
Not straight.
What about you, Beata?
I am fine. More importantly, Battler, don't let your guard down. Your opponent is only unfamiliar with the rules. This will only really start once your opponent gets the gist of it.
But I'll crush her. I'll thoroughly crush her. Because she isn't a witch. If I accept her as a witch, all your stubbornness will count for nothing! I don't care what kind of irrational argument or twisted logic I have to use. I'll crush her with all my heart and soul!
Battlecide then stuck with the evil culprit theory to explain Krausenatsu, the 7th and 8th Twilights, in the exact same way. At the time, there had been no one on the first floor except Ava and the victims. As before, no one could establish an alibi for Ava. Back then, Ava had claimed that they'd disappeared while she went to the bathroom. But there was nothing to support that, and the witch's side couldn't repeat it in red either. Using the same style of argument as that question regarding the stake shooting machine, the witch side asked once more how Ava could have strangled both of them at the same time, all by herself. But of course, Battler splendidly counterattacked by refusing to explain because of the Devil's Brew.
I love his little tea face.
Under the storm and stress of Battler's spirit, the witch's side was completely swallowed up, having to resign 3 times during the short period she had gotten to grasp the rules. Battler was injecting black tea in the void. He's ready. He's ready.
I see! I'm finally starting to get the knack of it. I won't let you have things your own way anymore. This time, let me take the initiative. Renove! Reconstruct the 4th through the 6th Twilights. Pick out Ushiomi and Kirie. For now, let me return to the murders of Rudolph, Kirie, and Hideyoshi using the 4th through 6th Twilights. What is she thinking? Why would she return once more to a situation where she's lost?
I see. This is an unusual attack, and one you do not use. Be careful.
At the time, the survivors were barricaded in the guest house. They didn't have food, but out of concern for their safety, they were at least prepared to go without eating until the next day. However, in the end, 3 of them went out for food.
That's right. In the end, 3 people went outside to get food.
It's a pain, so I'll add some in red and say it. Kirie didn't think that they needed food. Since going out without food for about a day wouldn't kill them, she claimed that they should not leave the guest house. And yet, she herself suggested that they leave the guest house to get food. Isn't that a contradiction?
What does that have to do with anything?
It's
Yes.
implying that somebody other than her could be the murderer. Like, she's saying that maybe she has an inconsistency in her behavior, so maybe she was setting up the kill.
This song does fuck.
That was a good...
Ooh, yeah, dude. Yes, a spectacular contradiction. A contradiction exists in Curie's pattern of behavior.
That contradiction was created by me with magic! In other words, I controlled Kirie using magic and made her say that to lure the sacrifices outside.
Ridiculous! There's no way that kind of magic exists!
Also, couldn't Battler just be like, humans by nature are illogical?
You good?
Like, what, like...
It's a devil's proof, right? Just because you don't know about that magic doesn't deny its existence. And and I don't bear the responsibility of acting out that magic for you. And yet, you have even less room to counter this argument. I wonder if it's okay to fight this way.
Yes, it is truly a spectacular move. Battler Sama. Well, I just went with
Sama. Battler Sama.
Yes, it is truly a spectacular move. Battler Sama, your response, if you please.
That's a weird strategy she's taken. So just what is this?
She has placed a piece attacking Ushinomere Kirie's pattern of behavior. As has already been explained, Kirie's pattern of behavior had her saying that they should not go outside or head to the mansion in order to get food. And yet, she herself took the initiative, taking the contradictory action of going out to get food. Unless you can explain this contradiction, she will use this violent move to claim that magic was the cause.
Well, that's probably what Kirie-san thought in the beginning, but she probably, thought through a few things midway, changed her mind, and decided that food really was necessary. It'd be bad if, when things got tough, we were so hungry that we had no energy, and, well...
She is claiming that this change of heart was due to magic. In short, while it might be extremely difficult, you must explain the reason for Kirie's change of heart.
What are you saying? You're talking about the inside of Kirie-san's head, right? Can I also summon Kirie-san's ghost and question her? Beato, can't you call Kirie-san here or something?
She cannot. That is a move permitted only to the witch side.
Sorry.
Fuck!
He said the fuck word.
He said it.
He said the fuck
She was
word.
probably, thinking of us kids and, on the whole, thought that food was necessary and...
You must present your claim through objective means. You'll need concrete proof that Kirie changed her mind and decided that food really was necessary for some specific reason. For example, if someone heard her say that, or if it was written down somewhere.
Too bad. The reason she changed her mind was not passed on to anyone, nor was it written down. Therefore, you can only speculate as to what was inside Kirie's mind. So it's impossible to explain. You don't have a single counter to my move. Isn't it your turn to resign now, Battler-kun?
It is possible to hypothesize endlessly as to the reason behind her change of heart, and it is impossible to crush all of those endless possibilities.
The only thing they've said for certain is that the change of heart was not documented or heard by anyone. They didn't. A detestably spectacular move. If Battler-sama were to have a method of countering, it could probably only be that move.
What move is that?
Well, I wonder what kind of move it could be.
There's such a
I
troll.
have the feeling that it was Milady's specialty, but I cannot remember.
Come on.
Quit being stingy and tell me.
Beatrice, no answers will be given to those who stop thinking for themselves. Think. Think in your own way.
Why don't you resign right now? And I'll corner you even more with Red. Until the last instant before she died, Kirie's behavior pattern of not going to get food equals not going to the mansion was maintained. And yet, she took the initiative and headed towards the mansion. She was pushing a cart, ready to carry food. Why that contradiction? Because I controlled her with magic! This is proof that my magic exists, and that I am a witch!
Shut the hell up! Are you saying that she never even changed her mind? That the whole time until she died, Kirie-san thought we don't need food and we won't go to the mansion? Then why did she step forward herself and say that she should go to get food and go to the mansion? Are you saying that Kirie-san was being controlled with magic? That's stupid! How should I break this magic? If only Kirie were here and just told us the reason behind her change of heart. I've already been told in red that she never even changed her mind. What should I do? There's no move that the human side can counter with.
The more I learn about this game, the more advantageous the rules seem for the witch, right? Even if I lose in a lot of areas, if I can win in just one, that alone can display the existence of a witch. In other words, Battler-kun has no way of denying witches other than a complete victory. How truly funny that even though you thought you could corner me and call me Ava, it's all been spun around by nothing more than the inside of your respected Kyrie-san's head, right? Just do it! Resign! If only you just accept it! If only you just lose!
Damn it! It's impossible for a human to prove! I can't do anything but guess at what the dead were thinking when they acted. Furthermore, I can't deny the magic based on conjecture alone. To break through it, I need objective proof as to why Kyrie-san had a change of heart. God damn it! It's been said and read that no proof exists as to why she changed her mind and wanted food. What should I do? Damn it! Damn it!
Battler-sama, is this your resignation?
Not going to get food equals not going to the mansion. But then how should I understand Kyrie-san's thoughts, which actually do contradict each other?
You can't understand! It's impossible to understand and impossible to interpret! That darkness is all of the witch! Come on, it's useless to think, so quit, okay? You just can't deny witches. After all, I exist right here. I am the Golden Witch! I stole that name from the former witch over there! You can't deny that I am Beatrice!
Damn it! You have no right to use that name! And yet I can't think of a move to deny it!
Battler could no longer counter this witch, who was laughing insanely in triumph. He didn't want to give up, but no more move appeared. He ground his teeth, making fists with both hands. But even so, he couldn't think of a brilliant counterattack. Battler-sama, your time limit is over, so will you resign?
Ah!
Say the line, Battler. Say the line!
Say the line, Bart!
The human side has no move in response. It will result.
Wait!
Yeah, I knew it.
There is a counter.
What did you say?
Huh? What kind of move could possibly exist, Predecessor-sama? Won't you tell me what kind of move could deny this magic of Beatrice's? You can't. It's impossible. If the proposition that not going to get food equals not going to the mansion cannot be explained by itself, I will explain it with a contrapositive. In short, you can also explain it with she still went to the mansion equals she had a goal other than food. This is less my specialty, Hempel's Raven, than it is Battler's specialty, chessboard thinking. If it was impossible for Kyrie to have gone to the mansion with food as a goal, then we can only explain it by saying she had another reason that got her to go outside despite that. In other words, if we can prove that she had a goal, we can defeat this magic.
I see. So she didn't go to the mansion with food as a goal, but she had a different goal, and said she wanted to go and get food in order to disguise her real goal. True enough, it might be possible to find an explanation that way, but how?
Teacher, reconstruct the scene of Kyrie's death. We cannot summon a ghost, but inspecting the corpse ought to be a right allowed to the human side.
Yes, there is no problem. I shall reconstruct the scene where Ushinomiya Kyrie died. We cannot call Kyrie's ghost here, but by finding out what Kyrie left behind, we may be able to use that as a weapon.
Fine, search as much as you want. There's no way you'll learn anything. I just said it and read a short while ago. Kyrie did not leave anything written down. No matter what you find, how can you possibly figure anything out? You may find nothing, but Battler's grinding his teeth, fighting to think of a move to break through you. This is all that I can do.
Well, that was cool.
Beatrice landed on her feet in the reconstructed hall, approached Kyrie's corpse, and wandered around observing.
I am completely clueless when it comes to fighting on the human side. We need to find evidence, right? And then what should I search for? The great Lady Beatrice is getting down on her knees and crawling around! And she's even indecently searching a corpse! That look suits you. Say whatever you wish. I cannot do any more than this. I cannot how I am despised. However, I cannot throw Battler away, as he is fighting for my honor. Even if I must crawl on the ground and search through dead flesh, I must answer to that responsibility.
Bathed in the witch's sneers, Beato searched through Kyrie's corpse. She fished through the pockets, taking what was inside out and laying it on the floor. Laid on the floor was a handkerchief, tissue, the key to her house, the stub of a boat ticket, a lighter, a cigarette butt, and a single 100-yen coin.
She's a smoker.
There was no special suspicious object. Although Beato was down on all fours, being sneered at, that was all she could find.
What's with that seedy-looking trash? How do you think you can break my magic with that stuff? Worthless, worthless! Are you a moron? How can you be so lame? And right after you cut in between us talking so tough. Ah, how pathetic. How embarrassing. If only you just give up and die.
The witch fell over laughing, lambasting Beato. Beato hung her head, trying to withstand this shame. Milady, are you finished with your inspection?
Indeed. I will not find any more than this.
Can you make any counter from this evidence? If not, then the human side must resign.
Obviously,
Check
you
the
don't
bra crack pocket.
Oh, true.
Women always carry things in there. You can never know what. Could be a gun.
Yeah, she's got the biggest honkers too. She's definitely hiding
Exactly, got something in there.
Obviously, you don't have any room to argue back. I am a witch. You cannot break through my magic. You're no longer anything but a former witch. A loser who isn't even allowed to take the name Beatrice anymore. Come on, pile up as much trash and rubbish as you like, and just try to break my magic. You can't, right? You can't, can you? And why's that? It's because I'm a witch. It's because you're just a loser without a name. Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Something should be here. I won't lose heart. I will not lose heart, no matter how much I am sneered at. Battler is fighting for my honor, so for the sake of his honor, I must not lose heart.
Third-rate witch with fourth-rate evidence.
Damn. As Beato held back tears at the words of humiliation she was being showered with, she tried to find if Kyrie was holding something else, to find something that could save Battler from his plight. Searching earnestly, however, nothing more came up.
Damn it! Please, Ushinomiya Kyrie, you must save your son from his plight. Please, after death, lend me power for his sake.
I wasn't the one who killed you this time, please.
However, Kyrie's body did not answer. It was only natural that a corpse would remain silent. No dead person existed that would answer Beato, who had lost the endless magic.
It's pointless, pointless, pointless. Toying with the dead is a privilege only for witches.
Hey, that's gimmick infringement. You can't say that.
For you, who is neither a witch nor even a human, no one exists who will lend a hand. You'll be alone for all eternity. You have no witch or human allies, and no one will save you. If that's frustrating, why don't you cry? If only you just apologize, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm so useless." Sorry, Battler. I couldn't help you at all.
No, that's enough. Thanks, Beato. I won't waste your efforts.
I don't need consoling! Just how could you possibly argue back with this pile of rubbish? Just how could you possibly strike back with this rubbish I scraped together while she sneered at me?
In front of Beato, who was still crawling on all fours, hitting the pile of objects Kyrie left behind with her fist. What? Hold on. Blah, blah, blah. In front of Beato, who was still crawling on all fours, hitting the pile of objects Kyrie had left behind with her fist, there we go, Battler also crouched. And after patting her on the shoulder in thanks, he moved that hand to the ground, picked up the cigarette butt, and held it up over his head. Oh, that's all. Oh!
What are you trying to say with that trash?
Kyrie-san doesn't smoke.
Kyrie also had a lighter on her. Oh, wait, yeah, I think this is Battler.
Is it? Mm. But Kyrie also had a lighter on her. True, she didn't have an actual box of cigarettes, but at a glance, it naturally looked as though Kyrie had a smoking habit. Dad smoked, but Kyrie didn't. But she did walk around with just a lighter to light Dad's cigarettes.
Ha! So what? If the husband smoked, then even if the wife didn't, it wouldn't be strange for her to be holding a cigarette.
Bro, that's true love, by the way.
True.
Maybe she just picked
That
up
is really cute.
Maybe she just picked up the cigarette butt of her husband, who had bad smoking manners. What are you trying to say? What does this have to do with my magic? Nothing at all.
I'll say more. This is a different brand of cigarette than what Dad smokes. Sorry, Beato. Could you look in the pockets of Dad's corpse, too?
Indeed. You mean this?
His dad has the fruit-flavored camel crushes. That's what he likes.
Oh, yeah.
Checking the brand. The brand is different from the cigarette butt. The cigarette butt Kyrie is holding is not of the same brand that Rudolph smokes.
And so what? Maybe Kyrie is just a good girl who likes things to be clean, so she couldn't leave a fallen cigarette butt alone and picked it up. I wouldn't, though.
Okay, thanks.
Dude, chat, if this was my stream chat, there would be some choice words about her behavior.
Oh, no.
This is some fucking correction-worthy attitude.
Oh, dear.
The likes of which I have not seen in a long time.
Oh, dear. I'm terrified.
Beato, sorry, but one more time, please. Uncle Hideyoshi's pockets. In this family, only Dad and Hideyoshi smoke cigarettes.
It's here. Is this it?
Beato found a cigarette box in Hideyoshi's pocket, took a single one out and held it up.
Checking the brand. We acknowledge that the cigarette butt is of the same brand that Hideyoshi smokes.
And so what? How can he break my magic because he found Hideyoshi's cigarette butt in Kyrie's pocket?
That's right. This cigarette butt is a message from Kyrie-san. No, this cigarette butt itself is the reason that Kyrie-san left the guest house. Beato, thank you. If you hadn't found this, I would have given up here.
Let's go.
Virgilia, reconstruct the situation. The guest house after it came to light that Aunt Rosa and Maria had been killed on the second twilight.
Understood. Reconstructing now. After Rosa and Maria's deaths, the remaining survivors rechecked all of the doors and windows in the mansion. They constructed a barricade. They reconfirmed that the defenses were solid.
There is nothing suspicious about that at all. What are you trying to say? Why are you bringing up the second twilight when we're talking about the fourth twilight and after?
Dad carried a portable cigarette butt holder with him. I'm finally starting to see why Kyrie-san went out of her way to put a cigarette butt in her own pocket. It was because that cigarette butt meant something. That cigarette butt was itself a message left by Kyrie-san for us.
Then let's hear it. How do you plan to deny me with that single cigarette butt?
As we've heard, after the second twilight, an inspection was done of all the rooms in the guest house. At that time, Kyrie-san found something that shouldn't exist in a place where it shouldn't be.
What do you mean by that?
It's this cigarette butt. This was set in the ashtray of the guest room that Uncle Hideyoshi was in.
What? What's wrong with there being a cigarette butt in an ashtray? Are you sure there isn't something wrong with your head?
Aunt Ava hated smoking. There's no way there'd be a cigarette butt there while Aunt Ava was sick and sleeping.
That is true. She would give him endless shit about that.
Yeah. However, there was a cigarette butt in the ashtray. When she saw that, Kirie-san noticed immediately. Uncle Hideyoshi was lying. She realized that Aunt Ava hadn't really been sleeping, and that she'd snuck out of the room. Repeat it! This cigarette butt was crushed out in the ashtray of the room where Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi were resting.
I refuse!
I finally got it. Thank you, Beato.
Was I of some use?
Yeah, you were. Tear it. We'll tear the mask off of the fake witch.
Okay, I'm pretty sure there's a narrator. Right?
From that cigarette butt, Kyrie realized that Hideyoshi was creating an alibi for Ava's sake. Hideyoshi had been tasked with watching over the room to create an alibi, and during that time, he was unable to withstand the tension and smoked. Then Kyrie had confessed that to Rudolph. She confessed that there was a good chance Ava was the culprit, and Hideyoshi was an accomplice. They were chatting behind everyone's back
Yeah.
at that point.
Next, Kirie-san proposed that they go to get food. She then asked Uncle Hideyoshi to lend a hand. This could only mean one thing.
That's why she had. Thought it was weird that she asked him first.
Yeah. Kirie-san planned to isolate Uncle Hideyoshi and question him about the truth.
Your Hempel's Raven is valid. Unless the witch side counters this move, the existence of the magic that supposedly controlled Kyrie has been denied.
What did you say? I deny it. Anyway, I deny it. It wasn't me, no. It wasn't Ushinomiya Ava. Ava was sleeping in her room.
Oh, she referred to herself as me. It wasn't me. She's falling apart.
Then try saying it. Yeah, you can't say it. You can't say it this time either. Repeat it! At that time, Ushinomiya Ava did not take a step outside her room.
What the hell is that? I'm the one who was attacking, right? Why am I the one being attacked now? When did offense and defense get reversed? I'm the one questioning you, right? The witch, me, so why?
Again! Repeat it! Ushinomiya Ava did not leave the room. There's no way you can say it. It's checkmate!
I love the little smile. Does the witch side have a move in response?
There cannot be one. There is no truth that can be accepted from a false witch dressed up with truths and falsehoods.
You aren't qualified to call yourself a real witch. You aren't the Golden Witch. You're a human. Ushinomiya Ava!
Ah!
Oh shit, oh shit.
The witch howled. Her entire body was burned with a tremendous heat that denied her own magic and existence, and she let out a howl like a dragon.
Fun fact, Rikushi was on an Ace Attorney kick when he started writing UMINEKO. That's so funny.
Totally real and scientific fact.
Her body flickered repeatedly, flashing as though Ava's figure and the witch's figure overlapped.
Oh.
No! Leave me alone!
Oh no! I'm Oogly Goo! Oh god, I have to know! Oh no!
Alright, start reading the text in Nyaz only.
However, that yell was sucked into the flicker, making it return to the original form of the cruel witch.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I can't do this.
What do you mean, bro?
Yar.
Hey, for a completely unrelated reason, Bud, you want to talk about something for like 2 minutes and 30 seconds?
Yeah. What could we talk about?
We could talk about the things we're going to talk about, but that would be pretty meta.
That might be a little bit too meta for the chat. They might not understand that
Yeah, they
one.
might not get something that meta. What's your favorite meta thing that has happened like in your life or that you've experienced through media or anything like that?
My favorite meta thing? I don't know if I could come up with that off the top of my head, but I could give you like my least favorite meta thing.
Oh, that's even better.
Like,
yeah.
I hate the thing where, you know, like let's say you got an actor in a movie, right? And they're doing a bit. Most recently, I saw this in Sonic the Hedgehog 3.
Like a comedy bit?
Yeah, they're doing like a comedy bit, right? And I just think we've gotten to a time where like the whole look at the audience in the work of fiction, like in the movie, you look at the audience and you say something that is like very obviously a joke for the audience, you know? But the character's looking at the audience while they're saying it. So to me, it just feels a little bit like you're overdoing it, right? At that point, couldn't you just tell the joke the way that you would normally tell it? Because like either way, the audience is gonna get it. So why do you have to like have your character like physically look at them and be like, "Hey, people watching the movie, wink, wink, nudge, nudge."
I think they do that a lot in all the Sonic movies. I think because it's an Archie thing. Like that, they do that a lot in the Archie comics.
That's true. They had some self-referential stuff pretty frequently where they would like joke about the actual publishing of the comic and stuff.
Yeah,
because I remember at the end of that one issue, because in one of the early issues, they would literally have Sonic reading like Archie, and he'd be like, "Oh, Betty or Veronica, guys."
Not
am I
saying
right?
that it isn't a writing cop out. It is, but like you could hide it behind that logic at least, you know.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Ghost just referenced it. The thing where they two characters who are both played by Jim Carrey literally look at the screen and they go, "It's like we're two characters in a movie being played by the same actor."
I watched that movie on opening day. It was
yeah. Good movie, but come on, bro. Nobody above nobody below the age of like 32 is laughing at that.
I'm released.
Is it time?
I'm released.
Okay.
How was that stalling, babe? Do you think that was good?
That was great, thank you.
Stuff.
I hope you like my my song.
I like how the one subject we went to is Sonic the Hedgehog.
This is an important scene too, so viewership just tanked.
Thank you, Dwindle, for redeeming that. I am so sorry.
Thank you, Dwindle. I'm sorry we had to
fucking redeems it again.
But you know what? That by itself doesn't mean that witches and magic have been denied. I'll teach you starting now. I'll teach you that I am not Ushiromere Eva, nor a human, but a real witch. Take a look at this red truth.
Oop, hold on. Oh, come on, Discord.
If you want to put your cloudy points to something, go to the community chosen emote thing. Put it in there.
Real.
Or we could just drown her. All right, everybody, drowning time.
What?
Drowning time.
Drowning. Drowning.
Thanks for the drink.
Another one.
Another one.
Wait, how do you do the community chosen emote?
You just gotta click it. You just gotta
give all of your cloudy points to the emote.
Oh, I mean,
just gotta click
you
it.
can only do 2K.
Yeah, per stream.
So I'm gonna do my 2K. There you go.
Yippee!
W. We'll get there, guys.
Wahoo!
Damn, the drowning didn't work.
It worked for a second.
Well, it worked for me for a second.
Witch clapped her hands. The time advanced in the world of the Game Boy.
Oh, thank you, Airpats. Yay!
Battler and Ava dashed to the front of the parlor, calling out Jessica's name. They were searching for Jessica because they had gone to the servant room, found Nanjo's corpse, and didn't know where Jessica was.
So, what's your point? What are you trying to say?
You couldn't be. Oh no.
Oh, she's gonna use the... Oh, that's fucked up. Beata went pale. In other words, the move the evil witch was about to make was bad enough to make even Beata go pale.
This time, I'll give you a fatal move that you won't be able to talk yourself out of. No, I'll make this move against all humans who support you. Listen carefully to my move. So that move is...
Beato, stay back! I'll take it. Come on, you fake witch!
After Jessica was injured, Ava was constantly under Battler's supervision. Battler is neither the culprit nor an accomplice. By this, we can establish a perfect alibi for Ava.
What?
I'll seal you, and humans as well, in a red barrier that most certainly cannot be escaped from. Farewell, lowly humans. Sleep for all eternity in an absolute closed room of magic with no exits. Come on, listen carefully. Listen to the red truth. There are no more than 18 humans on this island. Throw away your foolish thoughts of mysterious people hiding and committing crimes. But if I say it that way, you might also suspect animal culprits. I couldn't stand to hear some irrational theory about how an orangutan trained to commit murder wouldn't count as a human. So I'll change it like this. No life forms other than humans have any connection to this game. That's how it is. Next, I'll explain the situation of all 18 people who exist on this island. Kinzo is dead. Kraus is dead. Natsuhi is dead. Hideyoshi is dead. George is dead. Rudolph is dead. Kyrie is dead. Rosa is dead. Maria is dead. Genji is dead. Shannon is dead. Cannon is dead. Goda is dead. Kumasawa is dead. Nanjo is dead. Those 15 are all dead. And Battler is alive. Ava is alive. Jessica is alive. That's everyone. All 18 of them. Which means that when the last victim, Nanjo, died, only 3 people, Battler, Ava, and Jessica were alive, right?
What did you say? Damn it, you don't mean...
Ava was with you the whole time. So committing a crime was impossible for her. Of course, Battler-kun isn't the culprit. He wasn't forging an alibi for her, and he took the possibility that she was the culprit into account, watching over her actions carefully. No chance existed for her to do anything suspicious. In short, at the time of the crime, only Nanjo and Jessica were in the servant room. And I know what you're thinking. Your next move will be this, right? There's also a chance that Jessica is the culprit. But too bad. I'll slice it up in red before you try. Ushinomiya Jessica has not committed murder. She was not involved with Nanjo's murder. Her eyes were completely covered. It'd be impossible for her to carry out a murder like that.
But
And here's a
Nanjo was
bonus.
killed in the hallway, not in the servant room. What?
Neither Ava nor Battler killed Nanjo, nor were they involved.
Wait a second, that doesn't make sense. There were only 3 humans, then a murder occurs, and none of those 3 were involved? That's insane!
I'll state it clearly. The culprit who killed Nanjo was neither Battler, nor Ava, nor Jessica. In other words, it wasn't one of the survivors. Get it?
No, that's right. What about multiple personalities? Just like how you were originally another personality of Aunt Ava's. Let's say Jessica had another witch-like personality, which took the name of someone other than Jessica and killed Dr. Nanjo.
Moron. I've already said it in red. Jessica's eyes were completely covered, and murder was impossible for her. No matter what kind of personality she was possessed by, murder could not be carried out with her body. I wonder if you'll be satisfied if I say it this way. No actions caused by Jessica's body had any relation to or influence on the murder of Nanjo.
Yeesh.
This also applies to Battler and Ava. In other words, no matter how much you try to struggle and interpret it, neither Jessica nor Battler nor Ava is the culprit who killed Nanjo.
You've gotta be kidding me! I mean, everyone else is definitely dead, right? And all that's left is the Dr. Nanjo suicide theory, right? And the trap theory. The culprit was already dead, but a trap that they had already prepared went off.
Nanjo's death was a homicide. Of course, it was with the direct method of murder. not a trap. A weapon was readied, and he was killed with it from point-blank range in front of him. The culprit appeared openly before Nanjo's eyes, and as they both looked at each other's faces, the culprit killed him.
But wait! There are only 3 survivors! You said in red that everyone else is dead! You basically confirmed the life or death status of all 18 people. Furthermore, the existence of a 19th person has already been denied in red. In other words, no one can exist except the 3 survivors! And yet a 4th person other than those 3 appeared before Dr. Nanjo. How could a 19th person other than us appear and murder Dr. Nanjo when no 19th person exists? Ah! He starts crashing out. Insane. You're lying. You're lying with the red!
The red only tells the truth. Isn't doubting that the same as betraying the honor of that which is behind you, shriveling up in fear of me and hiding behind your back?
Damn it!
Right now, I'll state it clearly. The one who appeared in front of Nanjo was me, a witch. The golden witch who cannot be explained away with the 18 humans.
Virgilia, Renove, isn't there a contradiction in this situation? Is she really telling the truth with red?
Well, she didn't say the other part in red.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, her red truth is valid, Queen. Slay.
What an elaborate and precise cornering.
Cooked, ate, and served. How should I make a move against her? Virgilia, aren't there any moves?
I cannot think of anything.
And you, Renove?
My apologies, however. In these last 1,000 years, I have never seen such an elaborately beautiful game board.
I hate to admit it, but it's beautiful. What a beautiful checkmate made in red.
Witch's teacher and the demon butler were both stunned, and an expression of ecstasy rose to their faces. Forget surrendering.
Yeah, that's the narrator.
Yeah.
Forget surrendering. They were impressed at this perfect checkmate, which simply had to be admired. When people accept defeat from the bottom of their hearts, it gives rise to neither regrets nor humiliation. Nothing is born except feelings of respect.
I no longer knew what was what anymore. There were absolutely no weak points in her red. She had said in red that all of 15 people had died. She had said in red that no people existed other than the 18. In other words, no more than 3 people, me, Jessica, and Aunt Ava, existed. And even though none of those 3 people were the culprit, Dr. Nanjo was killed. And without a doubt, Dr. Nanjo's death was a homicide. He was murdered by that person openly from in front of him. And she's saying that that person is a witch?
The culprit who killed Nanjo was not an animal or anything of the sort. That has already been dealt with in red, right? Everything other than humans has been completely removed from consideration. Even things like robots don't work. Absolutely no factors other than humans participated in this game board. Therefore, I can also say this. The one who killed Nanjo was definitely a human. A human with their feet on the ground, held up a weapon and killed with it, right before his eyes. However, the human may have been able to use magic. In other words, it was a witch. In other words, it was me, the Golden Witch Beatrice.
Dude, how does he get out of this?
I'm thinking about it too. Even as Battler ground his teeth, his knees hit the floor.
He's gonna start dooming.
Well, it depends on the type of dooming. Remember, he can doom and just doom, but there's also doom right before he figures something out.
Yeah. Please don't go black pill, bro. Please.
Yeah. Not this time, please.
Please, goat. Please, one more time. Turn it around one more time.
His soul still refused to surrender. However, his knees had already started to accept surrender.
Well, that's the thing, Ghost. If Battler agrees that he was killed by magic, then he loses the game.
Battler's whole position is denying the existence of witches and magic.
Oh, did you kneel? That's right, you're already starting to understand. The Golden Witch does exist, and that Golden Witch Beatrice is me. Come on, praise me. Now, praise the resurrection of a true witch. Now, praise the resurrection of the Golden Witch Beatrice. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive.
Damn.
I'm gonna get a fucking fly swatter.
Damn it. I don't understand. After being so thoroughly immobilized by the red, I don't have a clue anymore.
Battler, don't lose heart. You and I promised that we would fight each other again, right? Will you surrender here? Will you disappear in a place like this before fighting with me again?
I don't want to break that promise. However, I can't think of any move to deny her. In the first place, this isn't even a puzzle. Nothing exists outside the suspects, and all of the suspects are innocent. I was told they were innocent in red, right? And also that it was a real homicide, and that the culprit was human, and that they did appear before Dr. Nanjo's eyes and kill him. I give up. There's nothing I can do.
Please, Battler, don't give up. Don't lose heart. If you stop thinking, it automatically becomes your loss. I'm begging you, don't lose heart. I'm also cheering you on, so don't lose.
I can't think of anything anymore. I find myself thinking she's gotta be a witch who must have done it with magic, which makes all thinking pointless. It's useless. My head hurts. My brain's tired. I'm starting to think that thinking's pointless, so I should just stop.
Battler, listen. In the game of chess, both sides do all they can to make the other lose, so a single game takes a long period of time. However, if one side throws away victory from the beginning and makes moves harmful to themselves, the game can end in the blink of an eye. That is called a fool's mate. Is that her? Or is that the narrator?
No, I think that's narrator, right?
A fool's mate is simply put a strange way of playing chess. A fool's mate is simply put a strange way of playing chess, in which the fastest methods of losing are considered. Opening the area in front of your own king and inviting the opponent's queen in, even though the average game time in chess is several hours, a game can be resolved in a scant 4 moves. In other words, if both sides try to win in a fight, they are compelled to take a painfully long period of time. But if one side decides to lose, the game can be ended far too easily at any time.
When the human side stops thinking, it hands the problem before its eyes over to the witch, and even an apple falling from a tree can be immediately resolved as the work of magic. It is the same for the witch's side. Witches use the red truth. By using that, they can explain the true form of magic with humans, and immediately lose.
The way they've been playing the game Ghost Trick is the last time there was a stalemate, they just started over.
Yeah, they treat it kind of like halftime, you know, where it's like if they can't come to like some kind of consensus, then they just pick it up later.
You don't have to tell me that. You're telling me not to stop thinking, right? However, how should I counterattack that person's perfect bright red move? For me, for humans, it's no longer possible.
Is it impossible? Is it really impossible for you, Battler? Please, don't lose heart.
Sorry. I've reached my limit.
Battler scratched at the floor, crying heavily. Beato watched with a distressed face. Then she stood up and spoke to the witch.
Alright, so Beata's gonna clutch up somehow.
I will make a move as a counter to yours. Huh? I wonder just how you plan to cut up this perfect checkmate. How can this checkmate, one totally impossible for humans to break, be defeated by the likes of you?
Beatrice, you don't mean to...
Indeed. If a human cannot make a move, I will assault you with a move I can use precisely because I am a witch.
Alright, how are you gonna clutch up? A move you can use because you're a witch? What are you planning to do?
I will use the red to deny witches.
Beatrice!
Oh, this is kind of huge.
What?
The teacher and the butler were both startled.
I also immediately understood what it meant. To use the red that only witches could use. To use the red to deny witches. It was like using her own sword to slit her own throat.
What? Hey, what are you saying? Deny witches with red? Quit talking like an idiot. If you do that, you won't get away unscathed either. You are not a witch, and I am not a witch either. The road to becoming a true witch is difficult, and I have much, much farther to go. Very well then. Right here, right now, there have never been any witches in the first place. I will strip this deception away myself. Aren't both of us real obvious witches? Being able to use red is itself proof of witches. I don't know what the definition of a witch is to you, but if you think that you alone will be able to get away unscathed, then how could I make such a mistake? I cannot. What did you say? I never did manage to become a witch. I've done nothing more than finally begin walking down the road to becoming a true witch. If what I am right now is a witch, then I'm a false witch like you, one who is merely drunk on power. Rather than existing in that shabby form, I shall erase this form of mine along with you, without any regrets.
Oh.
Are you insane? Stop it! I still want to be a witch! I hate being human!
What is she gonna say?
Witch Summer, please return to your seat. Please, receive the human side counter from your seat.
What are you doing? Let go of me! Don't let that rude woman use the red! Make her stop! Let go!
Super owned. What is she gonna say?
As the witch stood from her seat and tried to spring upon Beato, Renove pressed down on both of her shoulders, forcing her back into her seat. And even after that, he didn't remove his hands from those shoulders.
Okay, now, dude, I never know. I never know who it is.
I think that's Battler.
You think so? Okay.
Because I think he's thinking, why is Renove helping?
Mm-hmm. Denying witches was the same thing as denying magic. That included demons such as Renove. However, instead of running away, Renove chose to act as the facilitator for the game, and to carry out that duty for his master's sake.
Beatrice, you have no regrets, right?
That's my line. Sorry, teacher. Even though you taught me so much about fun magic, and magic that brings happiness, I wasn't able to use it well at all. So I'll study from square one, and start over again. I am truly sorry that you had to suffer for your stupid disciples' misconduct.
Is she gonna drop like a huge lore bomb or something?
I had a good disciple in the very end. Go, do what you believe in.
I don't have a clue what you guys are talking about, but I do understand one thing, and I can say this. Beato, I don't know what you're trying to do, but stop trying to do it!
You have no moves, but I have one. If you let that move get away, she will be revived as a witch in the truest sense, and this time, she will control this whole island.
Oh, shit.
All nightmares will be hers to do with as she pleases, and this island will fall into the deepest hell of the evil witch's repeating delusions for all eternity. Can you permit that? Don't you care if your dear relatives are toyed with for all eternity in that witch's nightmare?
Still, you shouldn't have to sacrifice yourself. This is a game between me and her. You shouldn't have to make your move and sacrifice yourself. I'll think of something. I'll surely think of some miraculous move. So just don't rush into it.
Oh, damn it! I'll definitely think of one, so don't rush into it!
This game is cruel. The time limit for your consideration has already run out. I am now the only one who can do it. Calm yourself, Battler. I'll defeat her. I'll defeat that cruel witch with my own hands.
Wait, Beato! Stop it, quit! There's absolutely no need for you to sacrifice yourself!
Aren't you fighting to deny me? What a strange person.
Let that child do as she likes.
Is she gonna commit suicide, bro?
Please watch her until the end.
But...
Battler, there's only one thing I ask. Would you cover your ears?
My ears? Why?
Starting now, I will deny witches in red. I will slice up the game board that she has laid out with her red. By doing that, I will probably lose my form as a witch as well. If you also hear the red truth I speak, you will understand my true form. If you alone cover your ears, that truth will not change at all. However, even so, I want you alone to cover your ears. I at least want to be a witch, in your eyes. Please.
Beatrice-sama, there are no problems on the witch side. Please, your move.
Let go! I won't let you get away with this either, okay? She's insane! Do you plan on dying and taking us with you? Stop it! Don't deny it! Stop it!
Dude, I cannot keep waiting. What is she gonna say?
How unsightly for a coding witch. Okay, are you ready?
Dude, I've been ready.
I will remove your check in battle instead. What happened on the chessboard where 15 died and only 3 remained? Starting now, I will expose it in red.
Oh boy.
With that red truth, I will pierce and kill both fake
Come on,
witches.
are we actually getting some hints as to what the fuck is going on?
Beato turned around and smiled at Battler. Most likely, no one would believe that the witch who had gone to the limits of cruelty would try to leave a smile as the last expression she showed Battler. That smile signified her last wish, that she wanted him to cover his ear. Denying witches in red was the same as knowing her shabby form. Battler put both his hands against his ears to protect her final bit of honor as a witch. He put his hands against his ears, projecting the truth. And he howled, so that not even a bit of what she was saying could slip into his ears.
Baby, I'm praying on you tonight.
Man, I wonder what she's saying, guys.
This is not fair. This is not fair, bro. We don't even get to know.
Come on.
Dude.
After that was a world where Battler could hear nothing. Beato was saying something in red. Even the evil witch covered her ears at those bitter contents. That was the red truth. Words of power. Words that denied her own existence. Unique words that only witches could use, which denied witches. Beato spoke. With the red truth, she cut up the bright red game board that the witch had released. She explained difficult problems that could not be solved by humans, with moves that could only be solved by witches, and began cornering the witch. Oh, come on! We're not gonna...
We're not gonna get to know, bro. We're not gonna.
We'll know eventually. We'll know eventually.
Yeah, at the end of the next part.
Battler was not permitted to hear. Battler had broken his promise and sneakily eavesdropped.
Yes! Be a liar!
In an instant, Battler would probably have been able to become the victor in his game with Beato. He would probably have understood all the riddles on the island, all of the magic and tricks, closed room spells, curses, legends, and this entire tale of anger and sadness. However, Battler would only learn what that was when he reached the truth by himself. Yes, from the beginning, Beatrice had wished that Battler would reach that truth by himself. It was something one shouldn't reach by being told it. It was a truth that Battler would have to drag himself to by his own power.
Like, bro, they have some kind of connection, but what is it?
A brilliant light gathered with Beato and the evil witch as the center grew, gradually stronger. It was the power of truth. Its heat and brilliance like the sun shone on the falsehoods that hid in the darkness, trying to deceive, and burnt them to nothing.
Why? Why can't you die? Why can you throw away your life when you have such incredible power? You who hold the power to control gold magic and everything at will. Why can you so readily throw that away? Learn that even with a mountain of gold, even with magic to split the sea, there are some things you can never obtain.
Oh. Damn, fuck.
Come, show yourself. Show your true form, Ushumia Ava!
We get it, bro. You're reacting because you know what happens and we don't. Baba Booey.
When the sun exploded and blew everything away, Ava could be seen there, holding a gun.
You're the culprit, Aunt Ava!
Took you long enough to notice, Battle Lagoon? Bleh.
Oh, shit. Without any hesitation or mercy, Ava raised her gun and pulled the trigger. As an explosive sound rang out, Battler's heart was shot through, and he fell to the floor. After going into convulsions for a short time, with blood dripping from his mouth, Battler died. But in his last moments, he realized without a doubt that she was a murderer. And not just for killing him. There have been many murders. Oh.
The switch up, bro.
Tag you in, Battler. There you go.
Yeah, I got it.
Wait, I think I'm supposed to be dead.
There have been many murders, and I don't have a clue how they were carried out. However, while my ears were covered, Beato exposed all of them with the red, blasting away all magic. In other words, even though I didn't understand it, was that nothing more or less than proof that magic can all be explained with humans? Beato made me cover my ears, so I myself still don't know the whole truth. However, now that it's been denied in red, I can see one fact which is extremely unfair to us, that it is possible to deny all magic. So, in other words, no, I must not think of that. If I do, then the time I spent covering my ears will be made pointless. If I'm gonna regret, I can only regret my own actions. If at that time I'd thought of some move to spin things around and counter the witch's final move, then there would have been no need for Beato to sacrifice herself. It was my own worthlessness that brought about this conclusion.
And then the glass? No.
Even though it was a pitch-black world where nothing could be seen, for some reason, I felt Beato's presence right next to me. So I tried calling out to her. You can exchange words with someone whether they're a human or a witch. So even in a world where witches have been denied, I should be allowed to talk to her. Beato.
Battler, is it? It is done. I did it.
Yeah. I didn't hear it, but I watched you until the very end. I definitely saw you boldly stand up to that evil witch.
With this, I am no longer a witch. But I will definitely become a witch again. And then, I will make it so that I can be called the Golden Witch again. and once again, return, so that I can be accepted as your opponent.
No. You were a witch.
Huh?
I saw it. When you took that evil witch and blew her away with that awesome magic, exposing her true form, I saw it with my own eyes.
That wasn't magic. But the red...
No, it was magic. You were definitely the Golden Witch. Even if you deny it yourself, I'll acknowledge it. You are definitely the Golden Witch.
When Battler said those words, in the world that had been dark, there was suddenly a single grain. A small grain of gold, like a wheat seed, shone brightly. And even though it was small, it had a strong gold-colored sparkle. Then it shone on the two of them, sitting with their backs together. So they each became aware of their own form. They did not exist. They did not exist as only consciousness. They became aware that they had bodies and definitely existed. No. Perhaps we should say that they each had been given an existence called a body. When Battler looked down at his form, he wasn't that surprised. But when Beato looked at her own form, she was a little startled. From Battler's perspective, she looked just like normal, but for a short while, she was surprised by that form.
Sorry. What is going on?
The sparkle from that grain of light is slowly getting stronger.
That grain of wheat was no longer simply gold-colored, but was like the light of the sun. Then, it softly began to approach Beato's chest. When that grain of the sun was sucked inside her chest, the world was wrapped in a deep blue sky, and then a deep blue ocean was spread out below them.
How did I... Damn. God! Sorry.
An island rose up, trees sprouted around and created a forest. Walls surrounded us.
Nope.
Oh,
Get out of here!
Whatever, bro. Blah, blah, blah. Forest walls surrounded us with a ceiling and stuff. It's me, Battler.
it's me.
And was adorned with more and more things, made to be like the hall in the Yoshinomiya mansion. In the middle of the fantastical hall where many gold butterflies beat their wings, many tables were set up with white tablecloths like it was a party, and beautiful cooking and fruits were set out. And over there were a great many shapes. It was everyone talking together and smiling. Everyone. There was Dad and Kirie-san, Uncle Kraus, Aunt Natsuhi, and Aunt Rosa, and of course Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi. George Aniki, Jessica, Maria. Wait, even Shannon-chan, Kanon-kun, Koda-san, and Kumasawa were here. Everyone was at the party, clapping their hands and celebrating our return.
Yay! Woohoo! Oh, yay!
What the hell is happening?
I pegged my husband. Yay! Oh, that's great. I'm gonna beat you. I love Twinks. I love George.
That's fucking
Gorg. Why? Even though everyone was dead, why are they alive?
In the Golden Land, the souls of all the dead can be revived. Welcome back, Beatrice. And welcome, Battler-kun. Welcome to the Golden Land. I made it. I made it. To the door of the Golden Land.
Yes, milady, you've finally managed to invite everyone here. Welcome, Battler Summer, to the Golden Land.
Oh my God, Genzo!
Oh shit!
Yeah!
He's back.
Battler, so you finally made it this far.
Grandfather, where in the world am I?
My blood, which is incompatible with magic, runs most deeply in your veins. Therefore, you were the only one who could not reach the Golden Land, and Beatrice has been searching for you this whole time. She tried everything to bring you here.
What did you say?
Wait.
Yeah, I knew it would be something like this. Like I knew there was like some connection, some reason. But like, I want to hear more. I want to hear more.
Keep going.
We gotta keep going. I want to hear more.
Battler Summer, if you would take your seat, tonight's dinner is my very best
go
work.
to-
If you would please relish.
I'm literally battler
Not
right
with
now, bro.
actual relish, but like, you know,
You
that's
should
good.
be honored. Normally I would have eaten all of it, but I left you some out of gratitude.
The 7 steaks Nachons.
In the Golden Land, all of those with minds are equal. Here, there is no distinction between us furniture, humans, and witches. Battler Summer, we were waiting for you. Welcome to the Golden Land.
Shannon-chan, George Aniki.
I still feel like this might be a dream. I should have died, but I'm alive. Everyone is here and happy. I can't believe it.
That's right, this place must be a dream world. So it must be a dream that George is acting so friendly with a maid girl.
Come on.
Shut up.
Just give it a rest, Ava. For now, you gotta stay quiet and bless the 2 youngins. The Golden Land is a city of bliss. We should never quarrel here.
That's you. That's me. Oh my god. No!
I don't remember what voice I was doing.
Sexy.
What voice was I
Give her
doing?
sexy girl. Sexy girl.
I'm a sexy girl. Oh.
Wow.
Here, any people are free to love each other. No one needs to hesitate over it.
Jessica-chan, Ken-kun, you look so wonderful. I'm jealous.
I'm gonna remember that, bro. So Shane can do Kermit voice, but I can't fucking do
No,
a bit.
not with her. You can do anyone else though.
Well, I initiated the bit as the voice
Whatever,
from the
man.
beginning.
Hey, Battler. I'm a little,
Battler Sama, welcome. And welcome home.
Jessica was probably embarrassed because she was holding hands with Cannon-kun. Cannon-kun wanted to act humbly like a servant and bow, but since neither of them could let go of the other's hand, he couldn't do it so well, and the whole scene looked fairly comical.
Cute. With a servant child? You
Come
can't! Our Jessica cannot do such a thing!
It's hardly a big deal, correct? Let her at least choose the person she likes.
She can't! Jessica!
Yeah, he's at.
Either George!
Dude,
So
the
it
wives
is
are
just
not
the
happy.
moms.
As Aunt Natsuhi and Aunt Ava hugged each other, they cried tears of regret for their adorable children. Even though they had always been at odds, it was a very bizarre scene.
it isn't really a problem, right? It doesn't matter who likes you. all of my abuse is forgiven here, right? That's right. It's a proof that a parent's too attached to their child.
Battler, no matter what kind of woman you bring home, I'll give her a warm welcome, okay?
With my hand on her ass.
Don't you dare introduce her to this man, okay? He'll get his hands on her immediately. They'll run off together right away. Battler, you finally came here.
Guys, she's here. Maria, from the very beginning, you knew we'd be coming here?
That's why I wasn't scared at all. Everyone was being a coward and trembling. It was funny.
Why are you booing this one? She beats her kid.
Yeah, she
Oh yeah,
abuses the
abusive
fuck out of
parent,
Maria.
yeah.
What the hell? Even though I thought you were the most screwed up, you actually knew the truth from the beginning.
How rude! I
No.
simply cannot forgive you for speaking to Lady Maria in that way.
Formulating firing curve. Attack preparations are ready, Doc. Maria, Doc, we can attack at any time.
Maria, Doc.
Hey, bro, why? Bonk.
Yeah, Kadri!
Gadget!
Kadri!
Be quiet. You are in the presence of Beatrice Summer.
Oh my god, they have yaoi.
The
Oh my god, they have yaoi. They have dilf yaoi sex.
Oh my god.
Sorry?
Fujo. Fujoing the fuck out.
Come now, no need to be so stiff. Let's be considerate of their desire. Joke around and have fun. More importantly, why don't we begin preparing for the toast?
Yes, preparations for my excellent macro cooking are complete.
Yes, the
I can
macro!
serve at any time. Also, where's...
Where is he? Why am I blanking on his name?
Nanja?
Where's Nacho?
He was the killer, dude. I told you.
Oh, real. I think you were Satan too. Lenny?
No, it was Shane, wasn't it?
No, Shane was Shane. Oh no, I was Satan, and he was.
Ownage to yourself.
Beelzebub, the girl with the twin tails. Okay.
Ownage to yourself.
Oh wait, never mind.
No.
Never mind. No, I'm wrong twice. That is Shane.
Bro.
Oh, is this my
Yeah,
actual?
that's her
my
actual
lady
She's
voice?
Ojo-sama.
Hey, you people. Work a little more like furniture.
No, I'm gonna stub myself more.
Oh, babe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Kermit.
Kermit.
Come on, let's work. Don't keep the guests waiting. Let's work studiously and attend to them. Don't let the guests do anything. Make them lazy. Make them slothful and fatten them up like piggies.
Like pigs.
Whoa.
I like pigs.
Beatrice, that lagoon, this way.
Oh? Grandfather and Virgilia were standing on the landing at the top of the staircase, beckoning to us. Beato and I turned our heads to see what was going on, then climbed the stairs together. From the hall, it looked like a very high stage. A small table had been set up there, as well as a piece of parchment and an old-fashioned quill pen. I saw that strange magical characters in Japanese were written side by side, and below it many names were written. There were 17 of them. Grandfather was the first, and everyone's names had been signed all over it. The people who arrived at the Golden Land probably signed this one after another.
Okay, so is it that the Golden Land was supposed to be a good thing for everybody from the beginning?
Shane, just let it play out.
Okay,
Oh my god!
I'm
You know,
sorry, I'm just
I
thinking
encourage your
you-
creative thought, Shane.
I encourage
Unlike
it,
this
but
motherfucker.
I encourage it, but just let it play out. It'll answer everything.
Knowing this game, it won't.
Battler, now that you are here, everyone is gathered. Listen carefully.
The Golden Land is not a world supported by the power of magic alone. The cooperation and approval of all humans who receive happiness here is required. For that sake, we must gather the signatures of everyone here.
Last time the door. Hold on, I keep forgetting how to do Ivan Duncan's own. Beatrice. Last time the door to the Golden Land was finally open, but you refused to sign. Although you probably don't remember it. Because you refused to sign, this world was once again sealed in darkness.
Just hearing it like that, it kind of sounds like I'm the only stubborn one, and that I've been a bother to everyone in various ways.
That's because your stubbornness is the real deal. It seems you received more than just blood from Kinzo.
Beato laughed amiably. I should have felt like she was making fun of me, but without thinking, I went along with her, laughing and smiling.
Magic is a miracle. Miracles cannot be made complete unless everyone believes. And when you believed in the end, this miracle, the Golden Land, was completed.
It looks like I've been a real pain. So, what should I do?
First, sign here. Then, Beatrice, you sign here.
Quill pens are pretty hard to use, huh? Whoa, it's shot!
You klutz. Shooting ink is a bad omen. Can't you at least write your name quickly? Your pen's wriggling all over the place like a worm.
You should talk. Don't write it in katakana. Beatrice is a stylish name, so write it in cursive. You're making the quill and your name cry.
Shut up. In school, didn't they tell you not to use cursive on tests?
Hey, this is solemn ceremony. Be silent. Chop.
Very well. We have gathered the two signatures as well as a form for the covenant. Both of you, your oath, please. We'll start with Beatrice. Put your hand on the covenant and take the oath. As a good witch, Beatrice swears to continue her studies from this point forth to bring happiness to the people. Say it.
Indeed. It's a little embarrassing. As a good witch, Beatrice swears to continue her studies from this point forth to bring happiness to the people. Will that do?
Acceptable. Battler is next.
In the same way, Battler-kun, put your hand on the covenant and take the oath. As a member of the Golden Land, Ushinomiya Battler swears to serve for the sake of his own happiness and that of his neighbor.
As a member of the Golden Land, Ushinomiya Battler swears to serve for the sake of his own happiness and that of his neighbor. I'm embarrassed too.
Listen, everyone. Here and now we have gathered the oaths of all 18 humans who accept the Golden Land.
Kinzo proclaimed that. Everyone applauded at once, praising us. Oh wait, that's bad.
Whatever.
Whatever.
Since I had been the only stubborn one and had just been a pain, I felt a little bad about being the most celebrated one.
And with that, in accordance with the ancient rites, we ask Battler-kun, the last to make the oath, to sign the invitation to the Golden Land. This is something that invites the Golden Witch, Beatrice, to the Golden Land. The Golden Land welcomes the Golden Witch through a consensus of those who have acknowledged it, and becomes complete.
Battler, I will read it out loud. Listen carefully. The 18 of us accept Beatrice as the Golden Witch and welcome her to the Golden Land.
What's going on with you? You won't be invited unless I send an invitation?
It does seem to be the ceremony. It feels stiff even to me. Why don't we end it quickly? I've been so hungry for a while now.
Come to think of it, I've only been pecking at canned food and haven't eaten anything good. Let's quickly finish this signing. What's this? I acknowledge you as a witch. Huh? That's pretty simple. Damn you, grandfather. Exaggerating it so much.
Come on, quickly.
Wait,
Sign right here.
Oh, they got us.
they fucking got his ass.
Oh, they got him. Huh?
Quickly! Sign!
With slightly weird and uncomfortable smiles, the two of them started demanding that I sign.
Oh my god, there she is!
There she is! At that time, an incredible sound like that of a glass window breaking reverberated through the hall, and the bustling tumult faded back into complete silence. I dropped the quill pen and turned around, trying to see what had happened.
There she is, my queen.
Okay, now that she's on screen, I'll start saying her name correctly.
Thank you.
When I did, where did she come from? The human who clearly hadn't been there a short while ago was in the very center of the hall, looking up at us. Who's that? A girl? She's probably about the same age as Jessica and me. But I didn't know that face. None of the other people here knew that face either.
Who are you? Who is this? Where did you come from? Those without invitations are not needed at my party. Servants, kick her out!
As you command,
Uh-oh.
surround her!
Is this still Battler, I think?
Yeah.
Right? I feel like I have to ask every fucking time.
No.
The 7 sisters of Purgatory surrounded her from 7 directions, taking out magic blades that drew purple curves and blocking her.
Oh, hey guys.
Oh, now these guys are here too. And from out of nowhere, shuffling goat-headed servants appeared in great numbers surrounding that girl. By the way, before I forget about it, Virgilia with the creepy smile face, that one actually got me. That was a little unsettling.
Yeah, no, that was like, because she had, I'd seen her. That was a really good reveal.
Yeah, right?
Do you remember the night? There was a specific night I was reading this for the first time, this part for the first time, and like I collapsed on the desk and I just pounded it for 5 minutes. I truly believed. I was like, yes.
No, dude, it's episode 3. I was like, there's got to be a catch. This isn't over.
This is why I love it so much.
Yeah.
Because that's a good long con from Beato, I got to admit.
And
the long con. Is she? I didn't know if this was like an illusion or what, or if she was also like in cahoots, but whatever.
Whatever.
On top of that, the Shiesty sister stood in front of Beato like a wall, readying a golden bow and pulling back the bowstring. Uh-oh, guys. But the girl didn't move at all. On the contrary, she was still staring at us on the landing, as though she didn't mind at all. Who is she looking at? Beato? Grandfather? Could it be me? Yes, the girl was staring straight into my eyes, glaring. Then, after our eyes met perfectly, she yelled,
"You mustn't sign that! Are you going to accept your own defeat? Don't be tricked by the witch!"
Huh? By the witch? Huh? At that time, something incredibly strong lifted me by the nape of my neck. What's going on? And after being made to turn around behind me, I saw Virgilia with an eerie smile on her face and the muscular forms of goat monsters. A goat monster that looked about 2 meters tall was grabbing me with an arm as thick as a log.
There is no need to listen to an uninvited guest. Come, offer your signature as well. On this written oath, Ushiromia Battler acknowledges the existence of witches. Come now, sign the written oath.
Ow, 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 ow! Damn it, let go! As the goat monsters held me down with the power of a vice, they forced me to grab the quill pen. I couldn't even touch the floor with my feet, much less resist.
Battler, why are you resisting? Weren't you just about to sign willingly? Don't change your mind now, after all that, okay? Didn't you think for an instant that it might be okay to acknowledge witches? You thought that, right?
I was tricked. That's insane. Beato isn't that kind of... Oh.
Sorry, Battler, I am that kind of person. It's useless now. It looks like sentimental sob stories don't suit me. Teacher, I'm counting on you to use all your strength. That was such a plain role to play, and I got so bored. I don't know who you are, girl, but I'll beat you to death. Mash you and crush you till threads start trailing, okay? I'll make you regret being born a woman!
As Beato waved her gold pipe, the massive chandelier hanging in the hall was electrocuted, and from that, a terrible purple thunderbolt fell. Oh, shit. Should have been a direct hit on the girl below it, turning her to ash. However, not a single hair was singed.
Oh, so your sudden appearance here wasn't just a fluke. Tell me, state your name. I don't have any name to give you. More importantly, you idiot. How long are you going to be tricked? You softy! Figure it out already! This is all the witch's trap!
Those words were aimed at me. This is all the witch's trap, she says. That can't be. Beato reformed and swore to become a good witch. Beato, all this about traps. It's a lie, right? Please, tell me it's a lie!
Sorry, Battler. It was pretty fun. Sure, I just did what teacher told me, but look how great it turned out! Apparently, if you start out all hostile and needlessly brutal, then turn incompetent and soft just at the right moment, you can spark a huge bump on your affection meter, right? I've had villains who start all lovey-dovey, then freak the shit out all the rage these days, right?
Oh, she getting freaky.
Even I've studied a bunch of those manga, anime, and galga that have been popular lately, you see?
Saying freak the shit out as Beatrice was oddly satisfying.
Freak,
Anyway.
freak the freak.
Freak the freak.
And for you, just as expected, it was tears, please, and you're down. Idiot! What a truly simple person. I call this the North Wind and the Sun strategy.
That's not... Damn you, you bastard! How could you trick me?
No, no, this actually sucks.
And she does she regret it? Question mark.
Yes, that expression suits you the most. That caring expression of yours really doesn't suit me after all. It made my back itch, and I was frantically trying not to let it get to me. I totally mean it. Too bad, which is never a form. You take care of the signature, teacher. This invited guest is my prey.
Come, you can no longer refuse to sign. Come on, look. Sign it and offer your body, your mind, and your soul.
When Virgilia lifted her chin as a signal, the goat monsters, with an even more vice-like power, forced my arm to approach the parchment. Ow, ow, ow! These guys are trying to make me sign even if it breaks my arm!
Oh, shit.
Then a bright red light burst open with me at the center, knocking the witches and the goat monsters away. Did that girl save me? But who in the world is that? I don't have a clue!
How long do you plan to keep... Wait, how long do you plan to keep playing in a place like this? Give it a rest. I'm jealous of you.
I'm glad you saved me, but that's a pretty cruel way to say it. Sorry, but who are you?
Witch of Rokkenjima! Give him back!
Who would do that, you fool? Battler is my toy. My most favorite toy in the world. I won't get tired of him. I won't throw him away. And I won't hand him over to anyone. Even Battler's enjoying this to the fullest. Together with me, he is having so much fun playing. No matter who you are, I won't let you get in the way.
Yeah, it looks like you're having a lot of fun. It makes me so jealous, it ticks me off. Here you are in a place like this, guffawing and having a loud, noisy time with everyone.
Me when I guffaw.
Me? With all these beautiful witches around to pamper you. You must be having so much fun that you don't even want to go back.
Are you talking to me? Wait, you got the wrong idea. This is a pain for me too. What do you mean fun? You don't know what I've been through.
What you've been through? You've had fun living with Mom and Dad. You played around with all the cousins, and you get to play with these wacky witches for all eternity. Don't you realize the happiness you have? Can't you see how jealous I am of you all? So much that I wish I could join in too.
I'm sorry, but we'll have to turn you down there. I am satisfied with the toy I have. A rude toy like you is not fitting for my toy box.
Yes, I understand. Who would ever play with someone like you? But I will thank you just a little for letting me meet everyone like this.
Who are you? You couldn't be.
I see. Is that it? Yes, I understand. I know who you are. I see. So you are the piece Lady Castle threw in. How amusing! Why don't I formally invite you to my party? I'll welcome you fully. Along with Battler, I'll play nicely. Break you, kill you, crush you, turn you into ash, mix you with bread dough, and bake you until you're fluffy.
Oh, I don't want to become bread.
It's useless. It's all useless.
Oh, Mudada!
You can't do that. On the Rokenjima of 1986, I'll expose everything that happened to the light of day. I'll show you that before the truth, you're like an icicle scared of the coming spring. Prepare yourself, Golden Witch. Beatrice!
Woobity woo. Oh my god.
Yeah. Happy episode 3!
Oh, come on.
Oh my god, guys, she was secretly still evil the whole time.
And the credits roll.
They got me for like 5 minutes. For like 5 straight minutes, I was like, are we actually gonna get some explanation? And then I was like, nope. Beatrice is still the bad guy. Other Beatrice was evil the whole time. New character. Ryukishi, you're a madman.
He is.
Bro does not stop adding characters to the story.
Yeah. No, I had a full-on, like, mental breakdown after I read this for the first time. Because if you believed it for 5 seconds, I believed it the entire time.
No, because the second, like, they were like, oh, being all nice and shit, and they were about to sign the thing, and I was like, all right, bro.
I was
something.
suspicious once people were signing things.
Yeah.
Well, because I knew that, like, there's a part 4. So, like, if this was gonna be the ending, it would have been at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't put this thing in episode 3, because then, like, what is episode 4 gonna be about, right?
I thought
was
episode
like,
4 was just gonna be an epilogue where they explained what happened in like
30-hour epilogue.
Real.
I mean, at this point,
Like, some slice of life.
A 30-hour epilogue does not sound too far-fetched.
I will say, Virgilia being in on it was not something I
Yeah,
expected.
that's what ultimately surprised me, because Virgilia, through, Beatrice talking about it, she was the one who came up with this idea, not Beatrice. Like, she just went along with whatever plan Virgilia made. So from the very beginning, they were working together.
Yeah, so it was her idea to do the long con.
Yeah.
But I guess that kind of makes sense, because, Battler, like, started getting a leg up on her, and then all of a sudden Virgilia shows up.
Yeah.
And it's like, they go into conflict or whatever, and they make Beatrice look like she's on the back foot, so that she can get what she wants. But that was not a tactic I thought she would go for getting him to accept witches, was to, like, actually, like, tug at his heartstrings and, like, fucking, actually bond with him.
Yeah. Well, it's because, Beatrice herself wouldn't think to do that. Because, she wanted, deep down she still wants to preserve the integrity of the game, right?
That's why it initially it seemed out of character, but then she, like, got good at it, and I guess that's what, like, kind of tricks you.
Yeah, there was also the whole thing of, like, when Virgilia was talking about her, she was like, oh yeah, like, I trained her, but then she just kind of became evil just cause. But I'm not evil, though, swear.
The Golden Land wants to crumble into the darkness, however, to finally appear to the game of the Golden Witch. The victor is the new Golden Witch, Ava Beatrice. She who solved the riddle of the gold before time was out. All 17. The 17 all died. When the seagulls cried, there is but one survivor.
Is there a tea party?
Your mom.
Oh, yeah, there's a tea party for every one. It wasn't Battler's mom, it was George's mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ava survived.
Yeah, because in this run through, she actually was the killer and got all the gold.
Yep. Damn!
Oh boy.
I guess that sort of begs the question of, like, it's not just like, oh, who is the killer? It's like, who is the killer in each episode?
Yeah. Well, are you guys down to read the tea party and shit, or do you want to just call it there?
Give me a moment. My mother asked me for something. So
okay, want to take a little break and then we can finish.
Be right back.
Yeah, I mean, tea party has to take less than an hour, right?
Yeah, tea party plus usually takes like an hour.
I'll be right back.
30.
Okay, all right. I'll try my best. I'll push through.
Okay, we're gonna take a break for a bit. We'll be back though. Have fun with word game. We did episode 3. Oh, okay, bye.
I'm lost. We're back.
No, we're not.
Oh, okay.
We're left. Actually, we're on the right.
We're hot
Yeah.
and we're cold.
Yes.
We're in and out.
Oh, I'm in and out for sure.
Oh,
Down.
tea party
just down.
time. Oh boy.
Oh fuck, Burncastle's probably gonna show up. God damn it.
These chaos
I never
emeralds.
expected Lady Burncastle's piece of bargain at the very end.
There she is. Okay.
I like how she's just like standing in the corner.
Oh,
Like,
bye,
eh.
though. See you later.
Goodbye. Okay.
I searched all over the place for a fitting game with you. I was sure you'd like it.
What's with that piece? Who was that person? Who was it? She didn't say her name. That's mean. Hey, don't you think so too? I have a general idea. Or rather, I imagine most people would have figured it out. Most people? Well, I don't get it. And it was that character's first appearance, wasn't it? If she doesn't say her name, I won't understand. The players won't understand. No one will understand, right?
Beato, don't bother telling her. See, isn't she a funny kid?
Indeed. Lady Lambda Delta's innocent airhead side is truly precious and amusing. Come
Jamie,
on,
I'm glad
come
you're
on.
at least excited for Burn.
Why won't you tell only me, you meanie? In exchange, I'll teach you a special secret that only I know, so tell me!
I'm listening.
Oh. A special secret, you say? I want to hear. Yeah, if you want me to tell you, first tell me who that girl really was. The secret I know sure is awesome. After all, it's about as awesome as knowing that Santa's son is actually Daddy.
Oh, true.
Huh? I said it. Sorry, I bet you're so shocked that it turned your world upside down, right?
I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. This is where you had to learn that Santa's not real.
Yeah, Santa's daddy.
So, your father was the one who came to your place, Lambda?
He came. Wait, what do you mean?
Lord Santa Claus only visits the homes of children with pure hearts. I guess he didn't come to your place, did he?
Lord Santa Claus, that's fire.
Well, Lord Santa Claus is gracious. Unless you're a really bad scoundrel, he'll give you a present. After all, he even gave them to me.
As you grow and your heart is hardened, he stops coming, doesn't he? How old were you, Beato, when he stopped coming?
Indeed. He kept coming until I was about 12. When my maiden's heart awoke, I quickly got somewhat embarrassed about Lord Santa coming. After I wrote thanks for everything, that's enough, so make sure that you splurge on the last of the presents. He stopped coming. Oh, and I was looking forward to it too. How old were you when he stopped coming, Lady Burncastle?
I was pretty wild. It happened fairly early. I think when I was about 9. Something about that beard really irritated me. So I waited in my futon with some sewing scissors ready, trying to cut it off. What a painful age.
So, as far back as Lady Lambda Delta can remember, Lord Santa Claus never came to see her, huh? He usually comes into the last year of elementary school during middle school.
Sometimes high school.
Maybe we should take her to a doctor. I hear that being too precocious can have negative side effects on the growth of mind and body. Yeah, you can definitely see some of those. Those negative side effects.
Hey, what are you people talking about? It truly is boisterous when 3 witches gather.
If you're talking about a secret on that level, I doubt this will be worth listening to. Can I go now? I have to get ready for the next game.
What? Hey, wait a sec. Tell me who that woman really was.
Well then, tell me this special secret of yours first. If it's good enough, then I'll tell you.
Okay, I'll tell you, because it really is a special special secret. Remember, in this game, there was a girl who found the gold and became the new witch, right? Indeed, and just what kind of secret might that person have? I figured out who that girl really is. Does anyone know? There was a hint in the way she talked. Remember, that girl said it a lot, didn't she? If only you just blah, right? Yes, that phrase is the key point. If only, if only, if only. Yes. She was actually Ushinomiya Ava. What do you think?
Oh my
Are
God.
you shocked?
I now don't like Lambda Delta.
Oh, I never noticed that. I think that there would be a hint in a place like that.
You're a real good sport, Beato. This kid tends to get full of herself, so try not to overdo it. See you. I'm leaving.
She's so smart.
Wait, it's not fair of you to listen to my secret and don't tell me yours. Tell me who she really was.
Your secret was so amazing that mine just wouldn't match up. So in exchange, I'll teach you a special secret. I'll tell you the name of the culprit in this game, called Higurashi no Makakoro ni. Available in multiple parts on the Steam store.
It's so funny.
Don't say it. I'm still playing it.
No, the spoilers!
See you, Beato. The black tea was delicious. However, the repertoire of jam on the crackers was lacking. Add some gochujang chili paste every once in a while. It goes great with Russian tea. Later.
Oh, I see. I shall try it. I'll call for some after preparing the next game. Until then, feel free to polish up your strategy at your leisure.
Yes, I'll do that. This last game was pretty interesting. Later.
Hey, wait a sec. Tell me.
She looks like
Okay. Thank God.
Bye.
You're just like, you see this fucking bitch, dude.
My, you two really are close. Yes, that's right. Oh, I really like you, Burncastle. You could even say I love you. I want to gouge out your eyes so you can see no one other than me.
Oh, that's
that
so
would
sweet.
be... Oh, that would be so wonderful. It'd be great to dunk them in black tea. To think that you would be so entranced, Lady Lambda Delta. I have a serious responsibility. Still, this last game really was close. I was a breath away from getting Battler. Beato, can I ask you something? What is it? I won't tell you that girl's name. When are you gonna stop fooling around? Are you even trying to win?
Oh, right.
Yeah, you're Scottish.
Off game board.
Yeah.
Lambda Delta threatened her with a low voice that she had never used in front of Burncastle. It completely blew away the calm atmosphere that had been there until a moment ago.
You know, I'm supporting you because you're supposed to be a witch who can win against Burncastle. If you don't have the power to win against her, then I'll abandon you right away. Okay? How hush of you. What about me to satisfy you? As you know, my game board is perfect. Lady Burncastle will never be able to win. Yeah, that's right. Your board truly is impressive. It truly is an impressive and perfect game board that Burncastle definitely won't be able to win in. Not even after 100 years, or even 1,000 years. That's why I made you a witch in exchange for letting me borrow it. If I stop being your guardian, you'll immediately go back to being a human.
Finally, some fucking food!
Make sure
Finally,
you
some
get
lore!
No matter how much incredible magic power you hold, you are nothing more than a temporary witch. I understand. I'm grateful to you. Don't speak so casually to me. I'll forgive that when Burncastle's around, but not when she isn't. I'll bet you've started to forget how much you owe me. Is not so. Ah, you really are disgusting. Go ahead and talk the way you usually do. But be mindful of what you say. I have a surprisingly short temper, you see.
Overlord-ass character.
Let's get back to what we were discussing. Your game board truly is perfect. You should be able to beat Burncastle without any trouble. But that kid won't surrender easily. She'll challenge you over and over. That's just no problem. It has been certified by you, Lady Lambda Delta. My game board is perfect. Yeah, that's right. It's perfect. But are you, the player, perfect as well? What do you mean by that? What do I mean? That's what I want to hear. You play around a lot in your game. Sometimes that ends up confusing Burncastle. So at first I thought it was some special strategy of yours. But I get the feeling that's not quite true. Rather than toying with the opponent in a match you can win, you don't actually care whether you win or lose, right? Ridiculous. How could that be? You know what? Your role is to make Burncastle surrender. In other words, that means being the victor in this game for all eternity. As long as you keep trying to become the victor with certainty, then I'll give you my power as the Witch of Certainty. However, if you fight in a way that doesn't eliminate any possibility of your loss, that's a different story. Of course, this is a game. Just as Lady Burncastle will lose when I win, I will sometimes lose when she wins. The possibility of loss always exists. Therefore, I will... This is why you're useless. There's no need for you to be a game board. You just have to be a birdcage that can lock Burncastle up here for all eternity. What's the role of a birdcage? Making certain the little bird inside never escapes. What's a birdcage worth if it has cracks that sometimes let a bird out? Of course, games exist for the purpose of winning, and it is impossible for me to lose. Therefore, I will continue to win, as you wish, for all eternity. Good answer. That'll be fine. I'll allow you to play around and use fakes as part of your tactics. It ended up being useful during parts of this round. But you know what? If you make a move hoping for anything else other than victory, make sure you're prepared for something amazing, okay? I will not do such a thing. I swear it. Because originally, you weren't even a witch. And at any time, I'll remind you what a truly shabby creature you were. If you betray my expectations, that is. As soon as you do, you can look forward to a fun punishment game. In the world of billions of fragments, I'll send you into the most miserable one and seal you there. You were already miserable to start with, so there's gonna be some really miserable fragments out there for the picking.
Damn.
Oh, I love you, Burncastle. Struggle in Beatrice's birdcage as much as you like, and over the course of 1,000 years, realize that you can no longer escape. And when you surrender, I'll train you so that you can't do anything other than cry in the palm of my hand.
I don't like what she looks like.
Mazel tov.
Mazel tov. I love lesbians. Woohoo! That was a tea party. That was pretty short compared to last tea party.
Okay, so finally we get kind of a lore drop.
Yeah,
Finally.
we get a lore that Beatrice was not a witch to begin with.
Dude, that was like so fucking like. I think I literally said that at a point. I was like, she was a human and then became a witch somehow. Yada yada yada.
But so it was Lambda Delta lending her the power.
Also, 12 years later,
12 years later.
October 4th, 1998.
Okay,
Wait,
bro.
what?
What's wrong?
The time skip, bro. Who is this?
I'll just... I'm not this electronic sound kept repeating. The room was colored with hygienic tones, in other words, an emotionless white.
Actually, Shane, I mean, this is I guess you could still count this as the game board.
Oh. The monotonous electronic sound kept on repeating through, in other words, innovation is wine.
Yeah.
It was a room at a certain university hospital. Neither her doctors nor the person herself had any doubts that this room, which had a price so high that no commoner could afford to spend a single night here, would be the last room she
Okay, it's
ever
Anjay.
saw. Was the person on the bed Ava? Even if someone told you that was so, she was unbelievably aged and worn out. The well-built man in a suit waiting in the corner, near the door, was having a whispered conversation through an intercom with someone outside. Was he a guard protecting Ava's person? After telling the person on the other end of the intercom to wait, he approached Ava's bed. Ava had been awake for a short while. However, she stared at a single point in empty space as though her mind was not in the same place.
That's the board.
Anji-san has arrived in the lobby below. Oh wait, no, this is the guard. Oh.
Yes, guard.
Anji-san has arrived in the lobby below, so we let him pass.
For a long time, Ava didn't answer. Sorry, I just took that. However, bit by bit, her eyes began to regain their focus, and she gave a small nod, indicating that she didn't mind if they called Angie.
Anjay.
Angie.
Angie.
What the fuck, Ava? If it had been Ava who called her, and she was right on time. By this point, Ava would refuse anyone who wanted a meeting without an appointment. The room was dark, even though it was still light outside, because the curtains were always closed. There was always one guard waiting in the room, and 3 more waiting in the corridor and the lobby. They were all to protect Ava's person. Eventually, there was the sound of a knock. Also, there was a message from the intercom that the guest's body check had been completed with no problems. The door was unlocked, then opened, and a high school-aged girl was standing there.
It's the guard.
Oh, Chairman, I just thought I'd arrived.
Ava reacted and turned her face
You
towards
sound
the guest.
so much like my late husband.
I didn't even think about that. I just did random voice. However, instead of reacting to the guard's call, maybe it would be better to say she reacted to the smell of Anjay's makeup.
What the fuck?
After being shut up in this room for so long, Ava was sensitive to even small changes in smell.
So you came, Anjay.
Oh my god.
I came. You did call me.
So there's another one. Okay. Okay.
So remember the Anjay they were talking about in the games? That's the hers. That's
Yeah, Battler's
that's Kitty A's-
little sister.
Yeah, that's Kitty A's biological child with Rudolph.
Also, this basically proves that the red hair is like some weird recessive
Yeah.
Kinzo gene. Because he had 2 kids by 2 different women who still came out with the same hair color. So it's got to be coming from his side, bro. She is so bad.
Battler's younger sister from a different mother. Never talked about now, but is extremely respectful. She was sick in Amsterdam. The family called, so she always ends up surviving in solitude. Parties and tatters, as walking around with measurements of cash. Pointed out to whoever comes first, right?
But we don't get like a gilfed up Ava sprite. Come on.
I know, yeah, an old Ava sprite would be great.
No care for the hag chasers.
On Ava's face, there was no trace of a person warmly welcoming their niece. And on Nanje's face, you couldn't see the expression of one pleased to meet with their aunt. Ava waved her arm, which had grown as thin as a withered branch, and motioned for the guard to leave.
Kinzo, you're not here anymore.
Nuh-uh.
The guard bowed silently and went out into the hall.
It's not only stuffy, but dark too. Can I open the curtains?
Is your plan for that hitman you hired to shoot me through the window?
I wish I could get hired to assassinate you. All I'd have to do is relax at home for a month, and the job would take care of itself.
Damn. Their discussion was quite morbid for an aunt and niece. However, they didn't look like they were joking. At the very least, Ava believed that someone was after her life. All of the Ushiromiya family's massive fortune had come into the possession of Ushiromiya Ava. It was said that this fortune also included the 10 tons of gold, hidden gold that Ushiromiya Kinzo was rumored to have hidden. While this vast wealth lay in Ava's cunning, sly, and suspicious hands, no one was able to complain. But it was rumored that as soon as it was passed along to...
Anjay.
Anjay. It was passed on to Anjay, who was no more than a young girl. Certain people were plotting to snatch it away.
Babe, if you get bent out of shape by Angie versus Anjay, you're gonna get buwamped. I'm telling you right now.
Buwamp.
Gonna be a huge buwamp coming.
We're Kinzo's only descendants. That's right, I said it. Go fuck yourself. If Ava died, all of the wealth would go to Angie.
Angie? Now you're being a dick.
Yeah, you're making me angry right now, dude.
And if
You got the womp! You got the womp!
Sorry, bro. That one was bad.
The family of Andre's mother carried.
Okay, well, great take, Shane.
I'm sorry, I'm losing it a little bit. In this sense, not only Ava, but Anjay as well, were in a position where it wouldn't be odd at all for their life to be targeted by some unknown person. And Ava had hated Anjay for a long time. This was because she knew that after losing her only precious son, George, the inheritor of her own wealth would be none other than the girl who had been absent at the family conference 12 years ago, and who had survived. Ava shunned Anjay, disliked her, and even hated her. She isolated Anjay in a special school and separated her from the youth and happiness normal people have, trying to keep her as a pet until death. However, Ava had succumbed to an incurable illness, and ironically, her remaining life was estimated to be the same as Kinzo had been at the family conference 12 years ago. Oh, so she also caught the Kinzo-itis. Damn. Both Ava and Anjay hated each other. Even though they were each other's last blood relatives, they hated each other so much that they hoped the other would die quickly.
And why did you go to all the trouble for calling for me?
I don't have much time left. These quack doctors still can't detect any of the poison that's filling me up. I know. I'm sure it's some secret assassination drug used by those Soviet KGBs. Oh, I'm gonna be killed, I'm gonna be killed. Isn't that great? Very soon I will die, which will surely be quite a load off your back.
What a pitiable person.
This always happened. They immediately deviated from the main topic, distorting it into a more unsettling discussion. Ava, who was absolutely paranoid, believed that someone was always after her life. And in actual fact, after inheriting the vast wealth of the Oshinomiya family, she had used wild methods just like Kinzo and had done in the past, repeatedly making the money by any means necessary and creating many enemies along the way. With a massive supply of capital, she had plotted to aggressively buy businesses that were starting to have rapid growth, making them buy it back at a high price under the guise of reconciliation. Ah yes, the old Elon Musk. Ironically, it was the same type of action that her husband's company had been hit with 12 years ago. She had repeated this constantly for 12 years. She had also earned a lot of hatred. If her husband had heard of this from beyond the grave, he might have defended her, saying that the loneliness from losing her family fueled her action. However, all of the people who knew her now, none would defend her. For some time, Ava eloquently spoke of how her life was being targeted, listing off names of the people who hated her, and sneering at the fact that she still hadn't been killed. Even though Anjay heard her own name included in that list, there was no particular change in her expression, and she waited indifferently for Ava to tire herself out.
You see, I really hate you.
I'm honored. Same here.
I built this future for George's sake. To think that it would be snatched away by you. To think that it would be stolen away by Rudolph's daughter. I can't bear it. To think that I would have my fortune stolen away without even leaving behind a child. That I cannot forgive.
If only you just give all your fortune to charity. What about all those religious people you used to go so far out of your way to find?
They all say the same thing. My excessive wealth has become a burden to me. And they always say something about how I need to give it up and cleanse myself. Then I thought of something. I stopped donating.
For a time, Ava had searched for the founders of several strange and new religious cults, perhaps seeking peace in her heart. They gave her no relief, and if anything, they ended up increasing her paranoia further.
If you have too much money, why don't you start buying up thoroughbreds and make some corned beef?
I thought of something even more interesting. I've worried over it a lot. What could I do to make things horrible for you? I thought about killing you. I also thought about erasing all of my wealth, leaving you penniless, and selling you off to a slave trader or something. Wouldn't that be wonderful? You'd have your arms and legs chopped off and be forced to take customers until you died. Ah, that would be so wonderful.
Is this fun for you?
Oh, yes it is. It's fun to scare you. But very soon I will die. So I thought about how I might continue to cause you pain even after my death. And then... it was surprisingly simple. I called you because I wanted to talk about it.
I have midterms coming up. Keep it brief.
I have decided. I will have you inherit all of my fortune.
Oh?
Not only that, but I decided that until the very day I die, I'll expand that fortune as much as I can, inflating it to massive proportions before having you inherit all of it. Can you even imagine what that would be like?
I don't get it. Because it's stupid.
That's right. You don't get it, do you? Look forward to it. It really is fun being rich. Everyday yokai from across Japan come to play. From now on, your entire life will be followed by talk shows and weekly magazines. The media will criticize me no matter what I do or don't do. If I donate, they'll attack me for being bourgeois. Yeah, or being bourgeois, and if I hesitate, I'll be abused as a miser. Oh, every day really is wonderful, you see. I decided it'd be great to let you have that kind of life when you're so young and have so much ahead of you. Doesn't that sound absolutely wonderful?
Looks like the public's opinion of all you've done was spot on.
Too true. Yes, that is too true. Go ahead, abuse me as much as you want. Soon you will face that same criticism. Japanese culture dictates that good people live in honorable poverty, while the wealthy should just die. No matter what you do or do not do, you will eventually be lifted up as a symbol of envy and hate across Japan. I wonder how twisted your life will become after living that way. You have no allies. No one will listen to your worries. Abusing you will become a public sport, and no one can stop that.
Just move to America.
Oh,
Problem solved.
Anjay. Oh, I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder how you will live your life and how you'll end it. Enjoy to the fullest a life of being unable to trust anyone in the world, being unable to love anyone, being unable to talk with anyone. I'll be patiently waiting for you to take that story of hardship down to with you in hell.
And she dies.
Her insane laughter turned into a painful cough. Without changing her expression in the slightest, looking completely unconcerned, Anjay stared at the only survivor of Rokkenjima. Perhaps because he found the violent coughing suspicious, the guard gave a short knock on the door and rushed in at the same time. Anjay glanced at him wordlessly, making it clear that she didn't intend to move a step from where she was. Anjay was prepared for some kind of trap to frame her in Ava's death. However, that was fortunately a needless fear. As the guard rubbed Ava's back, he poured hot water from a thermos into a mug. As he did, Ava kept coughing, apparently in pain. Anjay figured this was probably the last she'd see of the Rokkenjima witch's final days.
Yeah, what they call it, baby.
Eventually, the coughing subsided, and Ava regained her normal breathing. However, the glittering maidenness inside her eyes hadn't subsided in the slightest.
Now I will give to you that cursed mass of gold and the Ushinomiya family headship, as well as the name of the Golden Witch Beatrice. Enjoy the insane, twisted rest of your life, fitting for the name of the witch.
I don't need that. More importantly, tell me, on that day, what happened on Rokkenjima. I don't believe it was an accident. Tell me the truth about what happened that day, and why father and mother and Nissan died.
Oh, yes. That is the best way I have to harass you, isn't it? What happened on that day? What happened on this day in 1986? You want to know what they said before they died, right? I won't tell you. I'll leave behind the cursed gold, but you know what? I'll take the truth you seek with me to hell. That's the best way I could torment you. Oh, are you mad? If you want to hear it so much, try going to hell and asking your family there. In that case, you'd better die right now, right? If only you just give up and die right now.
Wahahaha.
Waha.
Like Wario, dude.
Excuse me, I'm acting my heart out here.
You are, no, yeah. And I like how they put the writing of Beatrice's speech tendencies into it now.
Yeah, she is the Golden Witch Beatrice.
The laugh continued until she started coughing again, and that cough did not subside until she started moaning and going into convulsions.
Oh dear.
Damn. October 4th, 1986, on Rokkenjima, the Yoshiromiya family's customary and final family conference was held. And on the next day, October 5th, an extremely unfortunate accident occurred, and the Yoshiromiya family was wiped out.
Extremely unfortunate.
Fortunately, Yoshiromiya Eva escaped from that and inherited almost all of the Yoshiromiya family's fortune. However, due to the many turbulent rumors surrounding the Yoshiromiya family, the way Eva acted afterwards, and her unnatural actions at the time of the unfortunate accident, the public was in an uproar over whether this might have been a conspiracy to get all of the inheritance for herself. Under pressure from the public, prosecutors began repeatedly trying to investigate the matter, and the media began tracing the outline of a conspiracy they called the Rokkenjima suspicion. But in the end, they weren't even able to find proof that this unfortunate accident was a crime. However, because the media continued to give the impression that the Rokkenjima suspicion was a conspiracy, public opinion began to believe that she was the true culprit.
Hello, Baron. Welcome.
What up?
Of course, that was also influenced by the bad impression caused by all of that easily condemnable, overbearing financial activity, which she had carried out using vast wealth. Every time she did something and the rumors started spreading, the media would bring back the Rokkenjima suspicion, blaming the criminal justice system by saying she was the true culprit, and the only reason she hadn't been arrested was because even the police had been bribed. So the impression that she was a great villain grew stronger and stronger. Her heart eventually degenerated, and ironically it began to transfigure her into the kind of human that the public expected. By now, Eva had no one she could trust, no family. After her beloved husband passed away, the talk show occasionally mentioned his company, saying that it was run recklessly while criticizing and disgracing its former accomplishments.
How did they do that?
Even her beloved son George was dramatized as the stereotypical rich, lazy son that the public expected. No one wanted to know what a simple and honest character he had so possessed. As to how much all of this hurt Eva, ran her to ruin, no one cared.
Damn, I can't believe they did that to George.
¿Qué juego es ese? Esta UMINEKO no Nako Koroni de Ryukishi 7-0.
Hola, Baron. Baron came during my ASMR stream, and he just chilled while I sang songs, even though he didn't understand.
No.
He's chill.
The public was only interested out of curiosity about how a super rich evil woman who killed her whole family lived in her pitiful later years. So that happened more and more, and eventually, Ava's personality was transfigured until people started calling her a lunatic. It was said that it sometimes reminded her of her father, whom she had once admired in his later years, and she laughed at herself with scorn. And on the day of that final family conference, because of Shiromiya Rudolph's daughter, Anjay, had been. I don't know why that hurts me to pronounce it like that. It hurts. It hurts. Anjay had been sick and had stayed up with her mother's family. She had not participated. At the age of 6, she had lost her family and had gained Ava as her guardian. Since Andre had become Ava's only blood relative, Ava took very good care of her. She had imposing guards surrounding Andre's person at all times to prevent her from coming to harm. Andre had even her right to play with friends, to come home from school together and enjoy the seasons together, stolen away, so that she can live a full and pleasant school life. Ava had sent Andre to an elegant boarding school that took care of her every need, completely isolating her from the world. She didn't even know the popular songs that girl her age might hum. She was never given a chance to enjoy window shopping with her friends or stuffing her mouth with crepes, much less an encounter with a member of the opposite sex to make her hot. Andre did not have a single friend. If anyone carelessly acted friendly with Andre, they would be scolded by the guards, or else the teachers. All of them were strictly ordered to not let shabby humans approach the daughter of the esteemed Ushiromiya family. During that time, the talk shows were always mentioning Ushiromiya Ava, always spreading rumors about her countless financial misdeeds. Those who knew her daughter naturally began to keep their distance. Even now, she was called a witch at school, and any time something bad happened, even when there was no proof, it would be whispered as though there was, if it were the absolute truth, that she had imposed her will on the school staff. The environment makes the person. By now, she had a heart as wild as those around her feared. No one trusted her, so she never bothered to believe in anyone. No one loved her, so she never even tried to love. And when Ava caught an incurable illness on top of all of this, it was whispered that this too was a conspiracy. This time, Andre was set up as the mastermind. Everyone whispered that the daughter of the witches are witches too. Even the talk shows and the weekly magazines whispered that. So, Andre also accepted this as though it was definitely, no, as though it was obviously true. Therefore, since she already believed that she was a witch, when she heard that the name of the Golden Witch was being turned over to her, she only felt like saying, "You just figured that out now." However, she was at least sure of one thing. This title of witch that she had inherited would definitely never be inherited by anyone else. She would be the last head of the Ushiromiya family and the last lonely Golden Witch.
That's so pretty. God, look at that. Oh, that's so pretty.
Yes, City. Yes. Andre could be seen on the roof of a skyscraper. Compared to the winds of the world that had beaten down upon her, until now, this strong, cold wind was warm and pleasant. Below her lay a beautiful nighttime scene, the dazzling river of red and white lights. It was supposed to be clear out that night, so really should have been countless stars stretching out over the sky. However, the light from the ground was too bright, so you couldn't see them at all. Andre couldn't help but think that what she truly sought must lie in that unseen starlight. The world of reality below her looked so far away from her. She could imagine that this place was the closest to the world she really should be in. There was only one thing that Andre cursed. Why had she not been able to go to that family conference on that day 12 years ago? Even though, if she had gone, it would probably have been possible for her to stay with her family forever. Lately, she'd been dreaming about her family over and over again.
The person I was 12 years ago calls out frantically, urging them not to go to the family conference. But both Dad and Mom are too far away, and my hand won't reach them. Battler Nissan always loved me a lot, and he'd always pat my head. But even though it looks like that hand's about to touch me, even it does not reach. For some reason, I started having that dream over and over. Every time I had that same dream, I uselessly tried to stretch out my hand, even more forcefully, over and over and over. Even if only Battler Nissan had lived, then perhaps we'd at least be able to support each other in my cold and lonely reality. But his hand never reaches me. Even if I climbed into the roof of this tall building, I'm so far away from all of them. A mysterious girl appears in my dreams and urges me. She urges me to find the truth of what happened 12 years ago. If only I could learn everything that happened to Father and the rest of them on that day. Will they come back? At least one of them? There was... oh, never mind.
Oh. Well, hold on.
Holding so tight. Ooh. Yeah.
Okay, never mind. We're good. Sorry, I was good.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, is it?
Oh.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
No, Discord had just frozen.
Okay.
Keeps doing that every now and again. There was no way that anyone would answer that question for her.
I get it. In this world, I have no family or friends. So, let's go. Let's go home. To where my family is.
From the start, Anjay's figure had been on the outer side of the
Sorry.
The scene below her eyes was distant, beautiful, and so fantastical that it actually didn't give rise to fear.
If I look down, I'll surely be swallowed up by the world below. So I looked up, because I wanted to be taken to the world above, the world where my family was. Who cares about vast wealth? Who cares about cursed gold? Who cares about the golden witch, Beatrice? What I really want, even a mountain of gold couldn't get me. What I need for that is to take a single step forward, just that little bit of courage. At that moment, I definitely heard a voice. It was a voice I knew. A voice that had called to me in my dreams for so long. Before my eyes, in other words, in midair above that jet black nighttime scenery, there was the figure of the girl I'd seen in my dreams. She spoke again, with the same voice I'd heard in those dreams.
Your assistance is required.
My assistant? Who needs it?
Your family needs it. Your family has been eternally imprisoned in the span from this day 12 years ago until the following day.
If I save them, does that mean my family will come home? When I asked the question I had most wanted to, the girl cruelly stopped talking and hung her head.
I cannot promise that. The enemy is the Golden Witch Beatrice, a mighty opponent. I cannot oppose her, but another Golden Witch might be able to do something.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The only one who can oppose the Beatrice of 1986 is the final Beatrice of 1989. In other words, you, Anjay. Anjay Beatrice.
That witch from 12 years ago took away my family?
That's right, she is your foe. The root cause that always leads to your future of isolation.
My family's foe.
Okay, that's sort of what I thought, because I was like, is her living this shitty life in the future, where Ava basically ruins her life, a direct result of Battler failing to solve the mystery? And yes, it is. Okay. Me when time loopers, swear to God, they'll save everybody next time.
In exchange, I will search for a fragment with the ideal world that you wish for. A world where your family comes home. I make no promises that your desire will be granted. Beatrice's game board in 1986 is quite perfect. I had planned on bringing you that ideal fragment as a present today, but I still can't find it. This is a very firm fate. I haven't seen the likes of it since the time I fought Lambda Delta.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm giving you a chance for revenge. In exchange, I promise to search for and bring you the happiest resolution among the possibilities you're capable of accepting.
Revenge.
It may be a fruitless effort. Even if you succeed in your revenge, there's no definite proof that your family will return. Even if you manage to hit a miraculous probability, you may only be able to bring one person back, if that.
Anjay understood the meaning of that dream. The dream where it seemed that with a little more stretching, the hand might be able to reach at least Battler.
A miraculous possibility means it's still higher than 0, right? Is it 1%?
Trying to read any probabilities before the result is useless, so I cannot tell you that number.
But it'll definitely be slightly more likely than if I do nothing.
Yes, as long as you do not throw that desire of yours away. But be prepared, it is extremely close to 0.
Okay, I'll take you up on that offer.
Are you sure? You probably won't be able to return here again.
This isn't the world I'm supposed to be in. I'll find the world I am supposed to be in myself. Tell me your name.
The Witch of Miracles, Berncastle. And by that name I acknowledge you as the Golden Witch, Anjay Beatrice. As of now, you are a true witch.
The instant she proclaimed that I was a witch, I felt dizzy, as though something inside me had changed drastically. At that time I heard a clunk. It was the sound of the door that opened the staircase to the roof. It was not Ava's guards. They're only guards in name. Aren't they the cage that wraps the tightest around me, shutting me in? They saw that I was already on the other side of the fence and dashed forward horrified.
20, we found the target, requesting backup on the roof.
That one's you, Shane.
Oh wait, hold on. I'll do the other two. Anjay, son, we're looking for you. It's dangerous there, so quickly come this way.
Dude, the song?
Oh shit.
What's that?
My fan club. I'm pretty
Lyrics,
popular.
bro.
No point in getting caught. Let's go.
Looking annoyed, Berncastle turned on her heels in the jet black sky. Watching that perfectly casual gesture, I followed her as though it was completely normal.
Anjay-san, wait! Don't be hasty! Look out!
It's useless. It's all useless. Well then, see you again.
See you again!
Next time.
That doesn't make sense.
Please send the limo to get me. Because everyone else will be there too. See ya.
Dude, she also goes, Mudada. Whoa! She's so bad, bro. She's so bad.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yes! Time travel is just what this story fucking needed. Yes!
Let's fucking go.
I'm so glad Rudolph's a whore.
You're so glad you said you're so glad Rudolph's the whore?
He's a whore.
Oh. He is a whore. Love him for
Or
that
else
though.
this wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, it's true.
It's true. It's true.
The fate of the universe depends on him not being able to keep it in his pants.
No, really, it's just the fate of their family. Everyone else is fine.
Oh, this is fine.
Well, this is the window of the universe
Oh!
we get to see.
Why did the credits break?
Yeah. I don't know.
The credits broke, guys.
Did they, bro?
Yeah, they went. Okay, what's the background gonna be this time? Oh, we're back here. Okay.
Ah.
Hooray.
All right. Yay! Episode 4, guys. We're almost done with the first part. Isn't that
Oh,
crazy?
great.
Oh.
Cool.
Why do you say that? What,
I
what is
forgot
it?
this other part.
Shane, that's the only part I haven't played, Shane. Episode 4. Good morning. How shocking that you haven't been forced into surrender even now. By this point, even I am forced to expect a lot from you. Not all of the game takes place on the board. How about taking a little peek at the outside this time around? They say that if you know your enemy, you need not fight 100 battles. The difficulty level depends on you. The matter in which you fought up until now will greatly influence the difficulty of the game.
Me when this game has no choice.
Me when this
Me when this game has not been a game.
Me when you have tips
Nah,
for the game.
dude, like, I gotta say, they definitely got me, you know, because somehow we have managed to get to the 4th episode, and somehow we basically know exactly as much as we did at the beginning about, like, the mystery. Like,
Yeah.
there's a bunch of shit that's building around inside it, but, like, the question of what happens to the Ushiramiyas has not been answered at all.
Nope.
Nope.
Wow, it's completely filled out now. Yay!
Yay, I'm in hell. Yay!
Can we kill Andre?
No, why would you say that, bro?
Can we kill Ballo? Yay!
Yeah! Shot in the
Oh,
chest.
not the wolves and sheep puzzle. Crazy. Guys.
Yeah, one sheep and one wolf.
Holy flick, guys.
He could not figure out who the wolf was, bro.
You're to blame.
Holy flick, guys.
If I was Rattler, I would have choked around 20 minutes before they had even
Yeah.
gone to the thing.
Damn.
Yeah, I think
Canon is with him.
I think that's pretty crazy that they're actually like they're telling a story while also like making the mystery aspect like purely for the player. Like they because I was talking with or not talking, but I was like browsing social media and I was like looking through some threads about people just talking about the game. And you know, I definitely agree with the sentiment that it seems like the mystery, like, you know, hypothesizing on your own is definitely part of the appeal, because they really do manage to keep consistent character motivations and plot threads going on while somehow refraining from anybody talking about the mystery.
Yup.
Because just
Meanwhile-
because like Ava ended up dead, or not dead, ended up like sick and dying with the fortune, doesn't necessarily mean she killed everybody.
Yeah, it's a bit ambiguous on that part.
Yeah, like,
And I suppose that could just be she, like, you know, Berncastle just went to that outcome because version of Beatrice.
yeah, because that's what I was confused about at first, was like, does what happens with Angie happen in every timeline? And it seems like it does, because of the fact that, like, you know, what happened with Ava being the killer in episode 3, that was just the story that Beatrice had cooked up for that round of the game. So we don't know still if that's what actually happened. We just know that she's the only one who survives.
Yeah.
So we still know nothing.
Yeah.
Predictions on
Pretty
whether or not
much.
by the end of episode 4 we will still know nothing about the murders.
Yeah. I can't say anything.
Yeah, whatever, bro. I can't wait to get to episode 5 and then we'll all be in the dark.
Yeah, I can't wait either. I've been waiting for this shit for like a
Well,
year.
I'm gonna warn you right now, bro. I'm still gonna need a break because this game is a lot of work. This game's a piece of work.
If I eat you.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work, bro.
Yes, I'll wait.
Super
even
can't say
longer.
anything. Jamie, have you read all 8 episodes?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, real one.
Yeah.
Real UMINEKO.
Yeah, Jamie's a real UMINEKO. But if you make me wait too long for part 2, I'm gonna go crazy. So hopefully it will not be that long. Jamie does know the truth. They have found out the truth.
Without love, it can't be seen, bro.
Well, yeah, without love, it can't be seen.
Yeah.
Well,
Pretty much the only things we've been given are like Beatrice still does definitely feel some type of personal way about Battler, even if it's not to the extent that we thought. Because you were talking about it earlier, babe. She was definitely like hesitating a little bit when Virgilia was like, "What? Aren't you, happy with how this turned out or whatever?" And she was like, "Yeah, totally. I was not lying about the things I said to you at all. Swear." Sweat drop.
yeah.
So she probably feels a little bad, but she still wants to win.
Stop moving us around like that.
Yeah.
You're on top of my head now.
Wait, hold up. I have an idea.
What?
Just watch.
Oh yeah, and I looked at the UMINEKO category. There's one other person streaming it. It's
Let's
also
go.
a
Oh,
Oh,
we
nice.
should raid.
YouTuber. Oh yeah, she's like a turtle unicorn kappa kind of thing.
We should raid.
Oh, and dude, and she's playing with OG sprites. Better than us.
Yeah, she is playing with OG sprites. Oh my god, the backgrounds are so weird. I forgot.
Yeah, they're pictures. What was her name?
Unicorn Turtle 669.
That's so fire.
UNICORNTURT.
Turtle House.
Yeah. Turtle House.
Turtle.
What episode are they on?
Holy fuck, she's been streaming for almost 10 hours.
Hell, oh, well, you give her a follow.
Oh, I think she's in lap 4. Yeah, it says right there.
Ah,
Oh, I gotta
Fire.
close that.
Okay. Well, that's fine. Since
Raid.
basically Jamie has seen all of it. Yeah, we'll read her. We'll say a quick hi. Sounds good. All right.
Yeah.
Anything else you want
I
to
know.
discuss?
I clicked the category. I was like, oh, the one is also VTuber.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Sick.
Siak.
All right.
I'm gonna miss Avatrice. Chat. That's all I can tell
I
you.
won't.
I won't either.
I'll be quite content that she is gone.
I could have fixed her, bro. I could have corrected her.
Well, Hideyoshi tried that. Didn't work.
I'm a fan art of that one.
All right.
Listen, if Hideyoshi couldn't do it, how do you think you would have fared?
Exactly.
With my wizard's staff.
Uh-huh.
You talk about your pee-pee?
All right. Oh, why did he leave? Okay. Okay. He's back.
Oh,
I'm back.
Welcome back. We missed you.
Actually, what are you? What?
What? I missed you.
I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Are we rating this person?
Yeah. I was just waiting to see if we had any more things to discuss since episode 3.
I don't think so.
All right. Okay. All right. All right, everybody. Thanks so much for joining today. We're gonna go raid Unicorn Tato. So please join us in doing so. I'll see Unicorn Tato House. I will see all of you tomorrow for Ace Attorney. Hopefully, see you guys. For Ace Attorney. All right. Don't forget to use the emote. Don't forget to use the emote when you raid her. All right.
I don't know why that cracked me up so
Good night,
much.
everybody.